Hello, hello. Tonight, no waiting room, no housekeeping. We are getting straight into it. Welcome to Try and Prove It. So, Jordan claims that he has found the most epic conspiracy theory of his life, that a world-ending level cataclysm 12.9 thousand years ago made us forget who we are in this world. I'm Keli Rabon. I am an investigative journalist, and Jordan Henshaw, he's the conspiracy guy. Well, and a little more too. Tonight, we are putting this thing on trial. So your job in the chat is to play jury. Does the evidence hold up, or is it just another beautifully packaged delusion?
My name's Jordan.
And my name is Keli Rabon.
I'm a mechanic.
And I'm the journalist. Together,
we're
try and prove it.
Someone has been charged with aggravated murder and is facing the death penalty. So we better figure it out, right?
Tell the difference between an assertion that is true and an assertion that is false.
You've got to start with all of the evidence. You don't have all the evidence just yet.
Okay, well, I have never, but it's a dot.
Where's the dot?
Right there.
Science is not absolute. It doesn't say this is what happened for sure. It says this is the best explanation we have.
Start sequence. One. If one picture's worth 1,000 words, one field demonstration is worth 100 internet conspiracy theories.
I'm gonna ask something at the risk of being wrong. Okay, but we're all just friends here. We're all just talking.
And we're back. So it sounds like we had some music echo a little bit. We'll have to figure out what happened there later. But we're going to go ahead and get started for tonight. Tonight we're talking about something that happened a very long time ago, and I'm going to do my best to draw lines between, like, why do we care about something that happened like many thousands of years ago? How does it matter today? We're not talking about the Charlie Kirk case tonight because, the show is going to move some different directions in the future. This is like the conspiracy theory to end all conspiracy theories. I have a big presentation for you tonight that I'm really excited to get to. This is stuff that I've been researching kind of passively, sort of passively consuming a lot of material on this, a little bit of active research as well. But I've been balls deep on this for about 5 years now. So I've spent a lot of time learning about this stuff, and it's a lot of stuff, a lot of really interesting stuff about who we are as a species and our identity and our history. Like, one of the biggest questions that we're going to be asking tonight is, when does history start, and what happened before written history began? That's what we're going to be talking about tonight, and some of the clues that we have about prehistory that's not written down. So, Keli, I see that you're not in your normal room tonight. What's going on?
Well, someone said that they felt like they were in a cave with all that audio. And I know now I might look like I'm in a cave, but I am on the road. I am in Austin, Texas. I was here for a creator conference and spent the last couple of days here. So I am improvising in a hotel room. I was hoping that I was going to get to show you guys the beautiful view behind, but the sun went down just in the nick of time. So
it looked a lot better like 20 minutes ago. You guys just missed it.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to start with some questions I'm going to ask Keli about some things that a lot of people might not have thought about before. So to begin with here, Keli, did you know that much of North America was under ice only 11 to 12,000 years ago?
I mean, I feel like maybe I heard about that in a textbook a long, long time ago, but beyond that, no, I don't know much about it at all.
So there we go, and boom. And if we can go to the other one. So this is about what North America looked like about 11,000 years ago. So yeah, this was the end of the last ice age, and there's a lot more ice back then. And when you think about why is there not a lot of ancient history in America, but there is in a lot of other places, this might have something to do with it. So people don't understand that a fairly short while ago, like 100 generations ago or so, this is what the planet looked like. And it's relatively in our recent past. So this is one of the things we're going to be thinking about tonight. And okay, next question. Did you know that there was a major climate change event back then, only 11 to 12,000 years ago? A dramatic, like when they talk about global warming today, they have no idea. Did you know that there's a major, I can't say cataclysm because that part is in dispute, but did you know that there was a major climate change event back then?
I mean, maybe I've heard rumblings of it, but I didn't definitively know it. No.
Do you know how far back recorded human history goes?
That I definitely don't know. I've been to a few museums in DC and saw some pretty interesting figures. Man, I should have brought those pictures up for this. But yeah, it was kind of fascinating to see some of those, I guess, recreations and artifacts that they have. But that's the extent of it. And would love to hear in the chat as well. what
I
they're
just asked the chat
oh
what they
perfect.
think. So the answer to that, and we'll get to it, is human history only goes back like 6,000 years for the most part. But this thing happened like 12,000 years ago. So there's a lot of missing time just to this event. Do you know how long anatomically modern humans have been around? So like humans like you and I with the same brain, with the same basic body shape, the same height and everything?
At the same height, that's got to be a relatively short period of time in comparison to what you're talking about. I would guess, I don't know, less than 1,000 years for sure, maybe a few hundred.
No. Like humans like us, like how long have, like, if you were to find a skeleton and like if you were to
I
find
don't know, but that would be our size. The reason why I'm basing that off of is, again, going to the museums that I went to a couple of years ago, but I don't remember off the top of my head how long ago those artifacts were from.
So the reason I ask is there's a lot of smart people who do a lot of really, really smart things. And what I'm asking is, do you have any idea how long like really, really smart people have been around?
No, how long?
We're going to get to that. But okay, the answer is like 300,000 years.
What? No way.
Yeah.
Okay,
And our history
you're
only
gonna
goes
have
back
to do a lot of convincing tonight, Jordan, because
Perfect.
300,000 years.
Yeah. We don't
Okay.
know it, like exact. We can't talk to these people, but when you look at the skeleton and like the brain size, it's about 300,000 years. But the crazy thing, and the reason we're talking about this tonight, we only have 6,000 years of history, but we've been around for 300,000 years. So it's like, okay, what happened? Like, there was probably a version of me who lived 12,000 years ago, who lived 24,000 years ago. There was a version of Keli who lived 50,000 years ago. What was the Keli 50,000 years ago doing?
Oh
What was
my
she
goodness.
investigating? Isn't that crazy to think about?
I mean, did they even have language in the way that we speak, or did they communicate differently? I don't know.
We don't know. We have no idea. And that's the really interesting thing. Because after 10,000 years, like, think about our society, our civilization. If we were to get taken out by some kind of cataclysm, 10,000 years later, what's going to be left? So we have no idea, right? We're going to get into that more. Have you ever wondered what all the humans in, we were just talking about that. Have you ever wondered what all the humans in prehistory were doing for thousands and thousands of years? We're going to get into that later. Okay, what does this have to do with the Charlie Kirk case and the general themes that we discuss? Like, why does this matter? How do we connect this to the other stuff we talk about on this channel? There's an enemy in a lot of conspiracy theories. There's someone who doesn't want you to know the real answer. There's always someone in all these theories who want to hide what really happened. When we think about, I need to turn the chat off here. That's getting distracting. Here we go. All right. In the Charlie Kirk case, we tend to think that the government doesn't want us to know what really happened, or maybe TPUSA doesn't want us to know what really happened. When we think about larger conspiracy theories like archaeology and our ancient past, we think more about gradualism. Gradualism is, I think I have a tab open for this. Hold on. Minimize. Okay, yeah, gradualism. Okay. The government and like archaeology, science, all the people who are in charge of society, they have control because you believe that they are in control. Gradualism is the idea that in history, large changes happen over short periods of time. So think about the Grand Canyon. They tell you that it was formed over millions and millions of years, right? That's gradualism. And, there's scientific reasons why that might be true. But the opposite of gradualism would be to propose that there was a massive cataclysm that carved the entire Grand Canyon overnight in a massive flood. So that's just a quick example. And I'm not saying that the Grand Canyon was carved overnight, but that's just an example of gradualism. I think that when you think about proposing explanations for things that are not gradualistic, that are more cataclysmic, that erodes the control that science and government has. When you start proposing that only 11,000 years ago, there was a massive cataclysm and basically the entire world ended for something that we have no control over, government and the people in charge don't like that because they can't control that. That erodes our perception of their power. I'm going to play a clip here that I think sort of demonstrates this. This is not the right one. Here we go. So this is from the HBO miniseries done on Chernobyl, the nuclear disaster that happened back then. This is a great series, but the premise of this is the plant just exploded and they're trying to figure out, what do we do? There's all this radiation in the air. It's in a civilian population center. Do we tell everyone to evacuate or something else? And what they're discussing here is the danger level and what do we do about it? But this is a government. This is an oppressive government. They want control. When they see a cataclysm that just happened, that's staring them down in the face, they want to dismiss it. Because if there's a massive disaster, that means they don't have control over you anymore. It erodes their perception of control. So take a look here at what they do instead.
Dangerous is this? There's mild radiation, but it's limited to the...
Is the audio working?
Yes. For the folks in the... Yeah, if it works for me, then it should work.
There's more radiation than they're saying. We have wives here. We have children. I say we evacuate the town.
Please, my wife is here. Do you think I would keep her in Pripyat if it wasn't safe?
Rekonov, the air is glowing.
I wonder how many of you know the name of this place. We will call it Chernobyl, of course. What is its real name?
The Vladimir I. Lenin Nuclear Power Station.
And how proud he would be of you all tonight. Sometimes we fall prey to fear, but our faith in Soviet socialism will always be rewarded. When the people ask questions that are not in their own best interest, they should simply be told to keep their minds on their labor and leave matters of the state to the state. We seal off the city. No one leaves.
Danger.
Yeah, so that was right after Chernobyl exploded, and they sealed off the city so that no one could leave because they wanted to maintain power and control. So, Keli, have you ever walked outside one morning and wondered what would happen if the world ended today?
I have definitely had that thought cross my mind a time or two.
But it never does.
It never does. But there are a lot of things that we hear and read about. It seems like an increasing amount that make us think about end times, whatever that is,
Yeah, and like the second coming type deal we had in the title. But it never does. And every day that a massive cataclysm doesn't happen builds our belief that it can't happen. So this person says, oh my God, the world's going to end on this date in 2012. And then 2012 comes and we're still going to McDonald's eating cheeseburgers. Oh my God, there's never going to be war in America on American soil. Well, that hasn't happened yet, but it could. But every day that we walk outside and these terrible things don't happen, it just convinces us that it never will. But these things do happen. It happened to the dinosaurs. I think it happened 11 to 12,000 years ago, and it could happen again. It could happen any day just because we have a secure society and we think that we're in charge of the planet and we think we're capable. We're not invincible. There are a lot of different things that can happen on this planet that would wipe us out. and to this planet from, comet impacts and stuff. So that's another thing we're going to be focusing on tonight, is how we're not invincible as a civilization. All right, so I'm going to tell a story very briefly that I've been working on basically my whole life. I'm going to very quickly go over it. There is a young woman in this story. She lives in a Bronze Age society where they use bows and arrows and swords, and they've barely invented the wheel. I'm going to pull up an image here. Where's my image? Here. Go here. Okay. Imagine, let's start with this preface here. Imagine you are in a Bronze Age society. All you have is bows and arrows, and you walk into a cave and you see this.
Jordan, can I stop you for just a moment? For those who may not know, when you say Bronze Age society, can you elaborate on what that means?
That means you have bows and arrows. I mean, I don't know if
so
that's
like we're talking a long time ago.
Yeah, bows and arrows, maybe chariots. Like think of like something like the Battle of Troy, something like that.
Okay. More than hunter-gatherer, but yeah, got it.
Yeah. And for anyone just listening, I'm showing images of a steam engine that's in a shop that's being restored. So imagine you have bows and arrows, and that's all your society has, and you find this thing out in the middle of the woods. And you have no idea what it is. Let me get a better wide angle of it. Okay, so you are someone with no technology looking at advanced technology for the first time, and you have no idea what it is. That's what I want you to think about, okay?
Okay.
In this Bronze Age society, there is a young woman who was deeply traumatized earlier in her life. But before the trauma, she was an inventor. She invented things that no one else could invent. She was basically Nikola Tesla. Nikola Tesla is the person who basically invented everything that we use today, like radios, TV sets, all that kind of stuff. She was an inventor in a time where there were no inventors. But then she was horrifically traumatized, so bad that she lost her ability to communicate. She became extremely low functioning as a result of the trauma. She couldn't talk anymore. She couldn't really do anything anymore. She was in a permanent dissociative state. But she is cured of that, but then the cure actually kills her in a week. But she has a week in order to... What happens is she gets... in my voice recording, I did a much better job of explaining this. But basically, she's taken to what's actually a steam engine, and she has to fix the steam engine. No one knows what a steam engine is. No one knows what it does. They think it's like spirits and magic and like religious stuff. But she has to fix it, and she comes in. She remembers a time when we rose to and fell from the heavens on pillars of fire. She remembers a time long ago that no one else remembers, where we had high technology. She remembers a time where magic was real, was tangible, and was personal. But no one else does. It's not reincarnation of identity, it's reincarnation of the civilization's memory. So she understands technology, she understands what the steam engine is, what its purpose is, and what she's looking at, but no one else in her society has any idea. So the story is her rebuilding the technology that no one else understands and teaching them how to make magical machines to make people happy. And that's basically most of the story. But the theme there is, in her world, what happened to her world, there was a cataclysm, and it gave her species amnesia. Her people lost all of their memory of the time before, of the time of technology. They lost all of it. And the only remnants that were left over was this steam engine that they just found in a cave. And so you're given this extremely bizarre thing to look at that no one understands. And it's trying to tell you something about your past, but you can't remember your past because there was a cataclysm, there was a trauma that was so horrible that it eliminated your ability to remember the time of magic. So that's what we're going to be talking about tonight. We're going to be looking at some other technology that we're not going to understand. We are the Bronze Age society tonight, looking at a steam engine for the first time, having no idea what a steam engine is, because there was a cataclysm that happened to us that was so bad that it gave our species amnesia, that we can't remember past 6,000 years ago. Something happened very bad to us 12,000 years ago, so bad that we lost all of our memory. And we only remember 6,000 years ago, and we're looking at this steam engine in the cave. We're trying to figure out what it is, and we're trying to remember the lost magic. So that's the emotion we're trying to do tonight. What do you think about that?
Yeah, that sounds amazing. And the chat is super interested and engaged. And just to clarify, Get Crunk asked, is this a real person or a theoretical person that you were describing? And I think that you'd love to answer that question.
Yeah, it's a fictional character and a story that I've been writing basically my whole life since I was 8 years old. Her name is Julieve, but she's a fictional character. Okay, I have a question to ask to get us started with the actual meat of this episode. Here we go. I'm going to go back into this. This is the top of the Great Pyramid of Giza. How on earth, pick this stone right here. This stone right here. So we're at the top of the Great Pyramid. Imagine that our location is basically at the top right there on this one. That's how high we are. Look at this stone right here. How on earth do you get that stone to the top? Don't consider like how do you build the whole pyramid as a system. No. How do you get this stone to the top? How do you get this stone to the top? How do you get that stone to the top? Any ideas,
Mr.
anyone?
Turpin said he's been, Mr. Turpin said he's been inside of that. I don't know. We've got some well-traveled folks in the audience. But I was going to say a pulley system. That would be my only guess. If there's audio, I do not hear it.
I don't want the audio. The audio.
Okay, got it. Okay, no problem. Wow.
How do you get this? How do you get those stones to the top, Kelly?
I mean, do you have to climb the whole dang thing?
These things are like 1 to 2 tons.
Oh, the stones themselves? Oh my gosh.
Yeah, like 1 to 2 tons. How do you get how do you get a 1-ton stone to the top of this?
Not a pulley system then. Okay, people are saying sound waves. I don't know.
Yeah, acoustic levitation is one of the theories, but we can't demonstrate it.
High-tech floaty vibration. Here, I'll put some of these on.
How do you get this stone to the top? That's like 400 or 500 feet in the air. How do you get that stone to the top?
Wait, build it top to bottom. I don't know. How does that work?
It doesn't.
You guys are way smarter than me.
How do you get this stone to the top? How do you get that one to the top? Like, forget like trying to figure out how to do the whole thing.
Top of the line Ford F-150.
Yeah. They allegedly did this. They didn't even have pulley systems back then.
Catapult.
They didn't even have pulleys, allegedly. The people they say built this, they didn't have pulleys. Build a larger structure. Well,
yeah.
Okay, there's a story about a pit at a mine, and it was basically a dump where you would drop off dirt just to dump it and have some place to dump it. That was about the volume of the Great Pyramid. It took them like 20 years to fill it just with dump trucks. A pit the size of the pyramid, but this is a structure. Maybe it wasn't 20 years. Maybe it was 5 years. I'll have to look that up. But even if you just had dump trucks rolling in every day, trying to fill just the volume of this pyramid, it would take years without cutting anything. And the crazy thing about this is, did you know that the Great Pyramid has, how many sides does the Great Pyramid have?
Oh my God. I don't know. Oh, it's too many questions for me this evening.
Would you be surprised to find out that it has 8 sides?
8? Okay. Yes, I would be surprised to think that it was that many.
Check this out. That's how intricate this structure is. It's an entire, each thing here is like concave. It's not even just a flat side.
That's interesting. Yeah, I would have guessed 4 as I was, doing my little work here, trying to envision that, but
it's 8. Why would you do that? Who does that? And what does that tell you about the technology of the person who woke up one morning and said, hey, we're not going to do a 4-sided pyramid. No, let's make it 8 sides. And make it like so fine that you can't even tell that it's 8 sides, but you can tell under the right lighting. Who does that? Okay. We're now
when you put it like that, it is really impressive. And you think, wow, they were quite advanced without the use of computers and the internet and AI and all of the things, right? It's pretty impressive.
The technology seems like it should predict what you decide to do. You can look at the Great Pyramid and come up with all these really, really crazy theories on how they would have done it. But would you do it that way? Unless it was really easy to build a pyramid. So you typically tend to do things that are like easy to do at scale. Building a pyramid at scale is like impossible for basically everyone, unless like the technology should predict what you choose to do. All right, so this is polygonal masonry. The oldest stone walls that we know of, they look like this. Have you ever seen a stone wall that looks like this, Keli?
I don't know. I mean, I think so, because kind of using what you have to work with. Yeah.
How do you cut those without a computer?
I don't know. The one of the examples that I was thinking of recently is that when Thomas Massey had a bunch of those content creators over to make pizza. Did you see that? It was like a couple of nights before the primary election. So it was like just a few weeks ago.
Thomas Massey pizza. I have no idea where you're going with this, but I want to find out.
Well, so he describes how he actually picked up, I guess sourced from his own property, all of these different, this should take you there. There you go.
Play it.
And he speaks, yeah, why not?
Laid them up here, and it just took forever.
What is your method of cutting them?
I think it took me 3 months to go from here to there.
Wow.
And that's all I did every day.
I mean,
but I put a pizza oven, a wood coke stove, a rum.
Wait, what did he do?
That he sourced all of these rocks, I guess, from his property, and
he built this.
And placed them. Yeah.
Oh, that's cool. I didn't know he was a stonemason.
Well, apparently he also worked with wood, and he goes on to say the wood beams in his home are from trees there, and so apparently pretty handy, I guess.
That's really cool. Okay, but do you see like the joints here?
Yes. Yeah.
And
I
then
just
you
wanted
see
to reference that because it was
yeah.
like the most recent example of something that I had seen that wasn't, you know, perfectly placed, but yet intentionally placed.
Mm-hmm. But like this stone right here, look at that one. I don't
That's
know if this
wild.
one's real. That one might not be real, but I know this one's real. And this one's definitely real.
I mean, like they even managed to fill in the grout or whatever you call it.
There's no grout. There's no grout.
So, I mean, they're just flush like that.
Yep, they're perfectly flush, so much that you can't fit paper inside the joint.
Wow.
How do you do that? This is the oldest stone walls that we have. This is like 12,000 years ago. We have no written record of the people who built this. And this happens in prehistory. How do you do that? We can't do this today. We cannot do this today. It would take 20 years to do this today. But they have these walls all over the world. On every continent almost. Not on every continent. They have it in South America. They have it in Asia. They have it in Africa. And I think they might even have it in Europe. How do you do that? We can't do this today. This doesn't exist today.
Okay, Jordan, we have a request here.
The pregnant woman, yeah, that's one of the larger. That's the largest stone. Stone of the pregnant woman. I have no idea why it's called that, but this is the pregnant stone here in Baalbek. That's some humans for scale here. I wish there were humans for scale. It doesn't do it justice when there's no humans for scale. We need a banana. Come on, man.
Interesting. So ancient astronaut theorist. Well, Jack P, maybe you should come on the show one of these days.
Oh, here, this is a good one. That's just a stone that they cut out of the ground. We can't do that. We cannot do that. We don't do this. I don't remember 1,000 tons. 1,000 tons right there. And they just cut those out of the ground like it's nothing. And then back to this stuff. We cannot do this today. We do not do this today. Look at any stone wall anywhere in the world that's modern. Nothing remotely close to this. We can't do it. Like, there's no stonemason you can go to, show them this, and ask them to do it. You can't do it. Nobody does this stuff. It doesn't exist. But this was 12,000 years ago, Keli.
Interesting.
Who built this?
So I don't know. So why aren't we doing that today?
We're going to find out.
Okay.
Why aren't we doing it? What do you mean?
Well, I mean, why? It seems like it. I would, you know, one would assume that the technology was not available back then that we have access to today, and so given that it was so long ago, why are we not more advanced?
You would have to. You would have to design it in a computer, and you would have to have a 3D stone cutting tool. Not 3D printing, but like I forget what it's called. It's a 6-axis, 6 axes of freedom cutter, like CNC machine, is what you would do this. But we don't have that. We do not have the computerized CNC machine that cuts stone like this. We have it for softer stuff, but not for stone. There's no CNC machine that can, like, you put it in a computer and figure out exactly where this corner should be, exactly what this shape should be, exactly what that shape should be, exactly what, that's not a good example. Why is this so small? Exactly. Like, you have to put that in a computer, Kelly. You
Mhm.
can't do that by hand. A computer has to do that.
Yeah, there has to be some pre-planning going on there. You're not just
You can't
winging it.
you can't pre-plan that manually. You can't do that by hand. You cannot fit paper between these joints. There's no mortar.
Now, how
And
do
this
we
is
know that
12,000
there's no mortar?
because there's no mortar.
But just like the rocks couldn't have like settled essentially and the mortar dissolved or something over all those thousands of years.
There would be gaps. There's no gaps. You can't fit paper in the joint. And there's no
Okay,
mortar.
got it.
There's no grout, there's no mortar. It's just stone on stone. We do
Instead,
not have the
today, I mean,
technology.
we build homes, you know, that are sort of shotgun homes and structures that it would cost a fortune, I would think, for something like that. I mean, it costs so much more money to have, you know, what that sort of workmanship
We don't have the
is based
technology to
on
do this at all. It
at
doesn't
all.
exist. No.
Wow.
You need a computer to do that, and you need obviously we have computers that can model this, but we don't have the machine that can take the computer model into stone like this.
Got
We
it.
don't have that CNC machine. The stone is too hard. Okay. This is another site. This is the Aswan Quarry in Egypt. This is another obelisk that someone was cutting out of bedrock. One of the things like the Washington Monument. They were cutting this out of bedrock. And these scoop marks here, the little scoops, we don't know what that is. And today, when we quarry stuff, we don't quarry anything that's remotely this large. And we don't know what the scoop marks are. And these scoop marks, we don't do this today. And the idea that people have is that they used pounding stones and they just pounded it over and over and over and over and over again. But what are the scoop marks? It's like they scooped the stone out like it's ice cream.
That is fascinating. When the stone is clearly very hard, how in the world would you scoop it?
Yeah. And when you study these scoop marks, it looks like the angle changes. So it's like an articulating arm. When you look at the details, it's like if you were to have an excavator and go boop, and then I can't really, hold on.
Do you have an explanation?
If you had an
Okay,
excavator that's doing scoop, 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 the angle of each scoop is going to change as the arm rotates around. And we see that in the scoop patterns, as if there's an arm that is articulating and rotating about. And we have no idea how they did this. And again, oh, I need to go back to this one. Again, have you seen the Washington Monument?
Yes.
Do you know how it's built?
Not off the top of my head, no.
Is it one big stone?
I don't recall.
The stones are like this big. They used stones that are like this big for it. Just like every other monument ever, basically. Except for the stuff like 12,000 years old. You look at the 12,000 year old stuff, it's all one big stone. But the stuff we do today is always smaller stones. Now, granted, the Washington Monument is like 50 times bigger than a lot of these. But still, we don't do stones that are nearly this big. We always use smaller stones because it's easier. And we don't really have the technology to move stuff like, oops, yeah, nope. Where is the one I just pulled up? It's not that one. Where's the pregnant woman one? Where is it? Where did it go? I must have closed it out. But remember the 1,000-ton stone that had like 100 people on it. We don't have the technology to move that stone. If we wanted to move that stone, we can't do it. But they quarried that out of bedrock, and apparently they were going to move it somewhere. We can't move it. Okay. This is the Red Pyramid. This is in Egypt. This is not a pyramid, but this right here is. This image, this thumbnail. This is a model of the internal chambers of the Red Pyramid. And I should probably show you an example of what the Red Pyramid actually is. Red Pyramid of Darshur. Can we have an image that's larger, please? All right, this is the Red Pyramid. And this is, let's do internal chambers. These are the internal chambers of the Red Pyramid. And this is not going to be greatest for people listening only, but it's, it's like a vaulted ceiling. There's 3 inner chambers in this pyramid, and they all have like these weird vaulted ceilings that are kind of like a triangle, and they all go up to a point at the top. It's basically what we're looking at. So these are the inner chambers of that pyramid. And then what this person did is he has a model of that with some pressure gauges at the top of these weird ceilings, and he's putting water into it. Chariots of the gods? I don't know. Okay, but anyway, he modeled those inner chambers, and he has pressure gauges on it, and he's filling it with water. Watch what happens.
The one-way valve here, the fill process is going to look the same in here. Because you're going to have a valve here that prevents the water from spilling over. Yeah. So the pressure within these two things would be very similar. So the water would actually rise in a much similar fashion in both chambers if this one-way valve is here. So when this thing explodes, it was at one.
That dude's name is Jeremy. He's awesome. He lives in Egypt. He moved to Egypt, and he has a whole theory on how the pyramids were chemical reactors. This thing builds up so much pressure that it explodes just by pouring water into it. And this is a mock-up of the internal structure of the Red Pyramid. And it builds pressure, and the idea is it is an ammonia plant. One of the Egypt pyramids was an ammonia plant, we think. When you walk in, the smell of ammonia is extremely strong. And there are water, like fluid patterns on the walls that indicates that there were fluids present and moving around. There are mineral deposits in there that indicate specific chemicals were being used in there that are consistent with ammonia production. And the internal layout of this is impossible to interpret as a tomb because of the layout and the design and how it's impossible to get really anyone up into this. You have to climb to get up into this. It's not designed for humans. It's a chemical reactor. It's the only plausible explanation of what this thing is. It's a chemical reactor, and it appears to have been producing ammonia. And the technology you need to do that is pretty primitive, but it's a chemical reactor. Ammonia plant for fertilizer. That's what you use ammonia for. Fertilizer. For agriculture. That's what we think the Red Pyramid was. An ammonia plant for fertilizer. But, you ask Egyptologists, what was the Red Pyramid? They tell you it's a tomb.
In a much similar fashion in both.
This isn't a tomb. This is a chemical reactor. And the reason the Red Pyramid doesn't explode is because it has all the casing stones around it, which hold back the pressure. You needed to put this maybe in a pool or fill it with sand and maybe put cameras inside of it or something to keep it from exploding.
But in order to determine that, right, there had to have been some errors, some experiments along the way, some mishaps.
Yeah. Whoops. Okay. Yeah. We're looking at some images now that are in the ground. If you were to fly an airplane, this is over the Amazon. As we burn the Amazon, because apparently we're doing that, as the Amazon burns, we find these little glyphs in the ground as we fly over it with planes from the air. All of these glyphs are just in the ground. And
that's wild. So that's not just an imaginary. That's not just art. I mean, that for sure exists.
Yeah. I don't.
I wonder why those images are in grayscale and not in full color.
Because it's satellite imagery.
Oh, you have to go that far out?
Yeah.
Like, I guess that high up. Yeah. To be able to see it.
Well, maybe you don't have to be in space, but I think this is just the convenient option because most people can't fly a plane out there. But these are the drawings that people put in the ground that you can only see from the air. Like how do you do that? You're never going to see it. If you don't have plains, there's no mountains you can go on top of to see it. Why were they doing this stuff?
This is new for some of the folks in the chat.
Yeah. Like, who does this? Who gets up one morning and decides that we're going to draw these pictures on this scale in the ground?
I mean, okay, well, that's different, but I would say growing up in the farming community and things like that, there have definitely been some folks who have, drawn out or, essentially drawn out like much more simplistic drawings than that. I mean, it would be something like, I don't even know, like a smiley face or something like that. Like nothing, I haven't seen anything to that extent, not in the Amazon, I'm talking about like a agriculture field. So.
Yeah, but it takes a whole community to do this.
You don't want to be the one who goes outside the lines and messes up the whole drawing, man. You definitely be in big trouble.
But this is just another example of what some other people are capable of.
Do you think that could be communicating with aliens?
Okay. Did you ever read my play on this stuff?
Not all the way through. Not all the way through, no.
Okay, crop circles. I have a theory on crop circles. If aliens have satellites that do imagery, what if they need to calibrate their cameras? And what if crop circles are just calibration or just for calibration?
Wow. Like the autofocus of, today's time. Like, all right, here you go. I mean, not autofocus, but something that they could absolutely focus in on. Wow.
In TV, not the color bars, but like the color grading thing with all the different colors.
Yeah.
Camera color palette.
Well, I mean, even in TV, we would hold up a white piece of paper or something white to get a white balance. So I would hold this up and it would be like, here, use this to get a white balance. And then you're calibrated, you're set. So that way the color is going to be right when it's transmitted over the air and you're not going to look blue or green or yellow.
I've done that before too. It's great. This is an example of one of the color palette things that's not the best example, but that's the best one I can find. But you have a known pattern that you put in your scene, and you use the known pattern to calibrate your camera. And so I think that, okay, there's two different kinds of crop circles that we know are human made just for fun. And then there's a whole other kind of crop circle that is happens in like 2 minutes, and it has all these really bizarre properties, and it's impossible to do with our technology. And I think the best explanation is it's some kind of calibration system.
And I want to say thank you so much to Diane Doyle, 9848. Thank you for the super chat. We appreciate that so much.
Yes,
it actually looks like it came through twice. So thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Whoops, that wasn't a mistake, was it? Comments.
I don't know. If so, we'll help her out.
Yeah, contact us at tryandproveit@gmail.com if that was an error. All right. Okay. Moving on here. I need to pull up the image of this. What is that called? Light bulb Egypt. Have you ever seen this image before?
Oh, she said one is for me, one's for you, Jordan. Thank you, Diane.
Perfect.
Really appreciate that. Thank you.
Have you ever seen this before?
Yes.
Do you know what that is?
Which part?
What is this thing?
Well, I don't know.
Did you know that someone built one and it works?
What does it do?
I'll show you.
But we're literally move like a snake. Can you do a demo, Bill?
Sure, I'll come up behind it. So again, I think we need to adjust it a little bit because it's yeah, there we go. It needed to be adjusted. Okay. There you go. So that's probably the best. And again, so it's a and you can see how you can move it around.
So even if you go near it, it starts moving, right?
Yeah.
Oh wow.
So usually I'll do something like that.
Oh wow.
And
you see these two blades here?
Yes.
It doesn't work without those two blades. It needs those two blades.
Oh, I couldn't tell if that was a line or if that was in the background. So, okay.
What do you mean?
I see now. I couldn't tell if it was if those two blades were up against the device or if they were just in the background image. I guess maybe my depth perception was off there. So
hold on.
Interesting.
They're right in front of it. I'm going to try to find a better.
Got it.
It's kind of hard to. I can't find a really good.
I mean, the things that people are able to make and create and recreate, right? When they put their minds to it, it's quite amazing. I gotta say, it makes me think about the whole necklace theory or whatever, one of those theories, and think like, okay, why haven't we seen a recreation?
We have.
Besides yours. I mean, from anyone else.
Do you see this little thing right here?
Yes.
Do you remember seeing that in the demo?
I didn't see anything below it supporting it, but maybe. Oh, yep. Okay, I was just too busy looking at what was.
That's required. It doesn't work without that. It needs that.
Okay.
These two blades here. These two blades here. It doesn't work without those.
Oh wow. Okay.
Yeah. It doesn't work without those.
That's wild.
The little snake inside of it. The cord coming out on this side.
Oh my gosh.
Little cord right here. That's the cord. That's the power cord. It doesn't work without the power cord.
But in a way, it kind of reminds me of a light bulb, though. And is it the fluorescent or the whatever the bulbs with the like wire or the snaky looking thing on the inside? Yeah, the filament.
This is completely different, though. This is different.
Understood, but sort of a riff off of that concept.
Yeah, totally. I don't understand how this works. It would be, this person has 2.4 million subscribers, so we're not going to be able to talk to them, but maybe the guy who built this, maybe we can have him on. I don't understand how this works. I don't know what it is. I want to talk to him though. But like that's like the same thing, and it works. And you need to blade. It doesn't work with 3 blades. It doesn't work with 1 blade. No, you need 2 blades. This is ancient Egypt. They had this.
So I see a lot of people saying Baghdad battery. Is that what it's called, or is that something else?
That's something else.
Okay. And then I've also seen someone saying a Dendera light. Is that what this is?
Yes, that's what it's called. That is the Dendera light. Right down here.
Got it. Okay.
Correct. Okay. Have you ever seen this city before?
No, I've missed that on the list of wonders of the world, I guess.
This is a city in India that they just carved straight out of bedrock.
Wow.
This is a person right here, I think. No, that's not a person, but a person is like the size of my cursor. They carved a whole city out of bedrock. How do they do that, Keli?
I don't know.
When's the last time you heard on the news that they're going to start a new city project where they're just going to cut it out of bedrock? How do they do that?
I mean, where do you really find bedrock around these parts anymore?
You just go into the ground. Go out to Utah. They probably have it in Utah. Fair point, but like how do you do that? Let's get some better images here. This is called what is it called? Kailasa Temple.
Kailasa. Thank you, Dog's Nose 2, for the super way cool stream. K. Rabon, Jordan. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Look at this. Who does this?
That's phenomenal. Whoa.
It's like a whole city.
And the intricate work on the inside is so impressive.
This is all one stone, Keli.
Man. So I will say my mom and I went to Turkey 2 years ago, and we went around to caves, and it was very fascinating to see some of the work there. Now, I mean, it reminds me of this to an extent, but that's incredible.
There's a lot of the stuff in Turkey.
Yeah.
Like Göbekli Tepe. Have you heard of Göbekli Tepe?
That I don't know.
That one's in Turkey. This is all one stone. This is all carved out of the same stone, the same bedrock. This whole thing.
Wow.
Who does that? Like, who wakes up one morning and decides, I'm going to cut a whole, can you get the button ready? A whole fucking city out of bedrock. Who wakes up one morning and decides to do that? If you build a city, you do it additively. You don't cut it straight into bedrock. So what does that tell you about we didn't do the button?
Oh, well, it was too late. But I mean, I felt like I was going to be Awkward being so late.
This should inform our understanding of the technology that they had. If you have the technology that makes this stuff easy, then you would wake up one morning and decide, hey, yeah, that sounds like a project that I can get other people behind. Okay, hold on. Let's say I want to get funding for a project. I want to go to the government, or I want to go to private investors, and I'm going to say, hey, let's go to a mountainside and let's start cutting into the rock that we're standing on, and let's spend 500 years, 1,000 years just cutting into the bedrock, and we're going to make a city underneath our feet inside of the mountain. How the fuck do I get funding for that? Who funds that?
I don't know. Charge it to the game.
What's that?
I said, I guess you charge it to the game. I don't know.
Like,
add it onto the tab.
We can't do this today. Like, who's going to do this today? Who does this? Nobody does this.
Well, I don't know. There is the ballroom.
It's additive.
We don't know what they're doing under there. And we're all paying for it. And we'll never get to use it.
This is all carved out of one stone, out of one mountain. Okay? This is a granite vase, or a lot of vases that they found in Egypt in a pit. These are like ancient vases. And this is an aerospace factory where they build parts for spaceships, basically. And they have precision tools that allow you to figure out how precise a vase is. So, okay, you have a vase that has a circle on it that's circular or spherical, and you want to find out how perfect is the sphere, right? Is it off at some points by like 5 thousandths of an inch? Is it off by 10 thousandths of an inch, 20 thousandths of an inch? How perfect is this shape cut into granite? And what they do is they have all of these precision instruments that tell them exactly how precise it is. And we're going to see how precise it is.
A minute ago.
Right.
Oh, here it runs out on the. Okay.
It'll run out on
Sneak
the
around. You're right.
Which would actually be a good indicator of the precision.
So they're setting the instrument up now. And so what this is, they have a needle that touches the edge of the vase, and they're going to spin the vase. And then if the vase is imperfect, the needle will move up and down based on the imperfection. And that will be translated into this gauge, which is in microns, I think. I think that would be like thousandths of an inch. So we're going to see how much the needle moves based on the imperfections in the surface. Now he's zeroing it.
And then we look at that. You got it?
Yep.
Now they're going to spin it.
That's about a foul at 10.
Yeah. So that's fairly close, right?
And as you see,
10,000 is
it back into focus. As they spin that thing, you're watching this needle to see how much it moves. If it barely moves out of one of these ticks, it's precise to 1,000th of an inch. So this vase, the circularity of it, or the sphericalness of it, is precise to 1,000th of an inch. We can do that, but that's aerospace grade precision. You have to turn that on a lathe, on a high-speed lathe, to get that. And they're not supposed to have lathes back then. Certainly not high-speed precision lathes. And this is cut out of some of the hardest granite you can cut it out of. And look at how small that is. And they also have ones, the same vases with the same level of precision, that it's cut out of granite, out of, what's the other word? Ben Van Kerkwyk, Uncharted X, he's the guy who made this video. The stones that these things are cut out of are some of the hardest stones. But one of these vases is so thin that you can shine a flashlight through it, through the granite. And it's perfect. But it's so thin.
I mean, it almost seems, Jordan, like we're missing an entire chapter of human history.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, how do you explain that?
It barely loses precision on this. So if you were to turn this on a lathe, so it's spinning around super, super, super fast, so you can get that enhanced circularity, these handles are going to be an issue. You have to chisel away the sides here, but it barely loses precision when in this area here. You can't turn that on a lathe and cut that. You would cut it on the lathe. Oh, you can't see my mouse. Like, this is a problem here. You have to chisel this out manually, but it doesn't lose precision there, which is really weird. It should lose precision because you have to change tools. So when you cut this on a lathe, you would cut out the handle, you would form the handle, but the handle would go all the way around the whole vase. And then you would have to chisel out the part that goes from here to here manually, but it doesn't lose precision, which is really weird. It loses some precision, but barely. So that's really weird. But yeah, it's like, okay, there are people who try to reproduce these and they can't reach the same precision using the tools that are prescribed to the people who allegedly built these. They can't get the same precision. They won't even publish the precision because you're not going to get 1/1000th of an inch precision using hand tools. You need a lathe. You need a high-speed lathe with precision bearings that we have today. But we can't cut this today because it's too hard. Or, okay, you know what? I should take that back. We can do these today, but we don't do these today. We can put granite on a lathe and get this precision on some of these, but some of them are too thin for us to do today. Moving on. Oceanography. There are, okay. Ooh, this will be interesting. Okay. Really big waves in the middle of the ocean. So if you want to sail the ocean, there's going to be some problems. Song. You know that one song? There's a song. Is this it? Yo ho. That's the song, but I need the actual song. Yo. Where the chat
Hoist
probably
the colors. Yeah, I see hoist the colors over and over. Like
hoist the colors waves. Where I need the go onto YouTube Shorts. Shorts. Hoist the colors C. Yo. Come on, man. There's like a really good one I'm trying to find.
Okay. Tristan Green said, like the Disney Seven Dwarves.
No.
Yo ho ho and a bottle of rum.
All hands hoist the colors high. Heave ho, thee.
I need to find a good one. Can you read some comments while I try to find this?
Sure, absolutely. Oof. Folks are really enjoying this too. So actually, before you do that, Jordan, could you just kind of catch everyone up as to where we're at in your theory and what we have going on tonight? Because we've had a lot of new folks come in this evening and they may be wondering, what did I stumble into?
We are exploring many of the different indicators of lost technology that we forgot about because something really bad happened on this planet 12,000 years ago. The idea is that we had a lost high technology civilization that we forgot about in our ancient history before 6,000 years ago. And we're looking at some of the archaeological evidence of that. I really wish I could find this. I'm going to find it.
Okay. Do you want to put the two of us up primarily on the screen so that way, there we go. Everyone doesn't have to examine your YouTube. I'll read out some comments in the meantime. Sturtle. Thank you, J Otter 89. We're headed for some wild times. I love these discussions popping up from intelligent and rational people like yourselves. We appreciate intelligent and rational people joining us, so thank you. Somehow we continue to survive. Gotta have some faith, Jordan. That's from Get Crunk. Anne-Marie Crochets said, I really love how Jordan thinks and articulates his explanations. You guys together make a great team. J Otter 89 also had said, please finish that story. That's incredible. And that was referring to your story about Juliet. And so, yeah, was
Not
wanting
Juliet,
to make
Julieve.
Oh, Julieve. Sorry. Julieve. Sorry. And to make sure that you don't give up on that. You've been working on it a long time. And it's a story, I think, that several people in the chat said needs to be told. I like that story, says Janice McIntyre, 300. Reminds me of oral teachings that have been diluted. I don't know, among the Anishinaabe people? Anishinaabe. That's how I would guess. I don't know. But also a result of trauma and interference. Lady Positive Thinker, hidden history. We obviously had technology back then that we don't use today.
Okay, I have the video.
Okay, go for it.
All hands, hoist the colors high. Heave ho, thieves and beggars, never shall we die.
Okay, why are we watching this video? Can you tell me about what you know about hunter-gatherers, Keli?
I mean, it seems like it was very primitive, that it was an important method of survival.
You know that one island, North Sentinel Island? Hold on.
You ask me a lot of questions tonight, Jordan, that you know I don't have the answers to.
Well, I don't know if you know the answer to that.
I mean,
I know each other that well.
I know a lot of things, just not everything.
These are hunter-gatherers. Can we play the video of them?
Oh my gosh. Is it really near Epstein Island?
No, it's nowhere near Epstein Island.
Okay.
This is an uncontacted tribe. These are hunter-gatherers. So if we go back to our video here, you think they can do this?
It's a good question. Are we going to get a copyright strike from all this music?
I don't think so. I hope not. You should have stopped me, though.
Thank goodness. Thank you, Christy Lee. Maybe that's going to save us from more yo-hos. You want me to just keep singing it?
Okay. Do you think these people who like don't have clothes, you think that they can sail the ocean? Can they do this stuff?
Is that AI? Is that fake?
It might be. It might be.
It looks.
I don't know. But there are real videos of it, of how rough the seas can be. Do you think hunter-gatherers can sail the oceans? The reason I ask...
I mean, they're out there hunting or gathering something. They're gathering to pillage other ships and civilizations. How about that?
And one of the mysteries I look into is that Bimini today is a tiny, tiny island. But Bimini during the Ice Age was part of an enormous island. The whole Grand Bahama Bank was above water. And weirdly, that island turns up on an ancient map, Piri Reis map, drawn by a Turkish admiral in 1513. That Grand Bahama Banks as an above water island is shown. It is featured on the Piri Reis map. And what do you see running down it but an image of the Bimini Road above water? Now, how could Piri Reis, who drew his map in 1513, have known this? He tells us the answer, that he based his map on more than 20 older source maps, all of which are now lost. And he suggests that those maps had come out of the famous Library of Alexandria and that they'd been taken to Constantinople, and that's where he got access to them. Somebody, I believe, was mapping the world, was exploring the earth during the Ice Age, and left us ancient maps that show features that only existed during the Ice Age. And one of the mysteries I look into.
And they have Antarctica on that map as well. And we didn't discover...
there were some early on requests about Antarctica and doing, exploring that topic. I think that that would also be, I know we were talking about having Bays on a stream. He loves the Antarctica topic. That could be a really good one for us to bring him on for.
So they have Antarctica on their map that was based on older source maps that were from pre-1500. And they have Antarctica on it. So they know about Antarctica, but we didn't find out about Antarctica until... When did we find out about Antarctica? I don't remember. We find Antarctica. Maybe if Baze is in the chat, he can tell us. We found out about Antarctica in 1820. Did you know that?
I did not know that.
We didn't know that continent existed. So like if you look at maps before 1820, it doesn't have Antarctica. Or maybe 1773, but like a map in like 1600, 1700 doesn't have Antarctica because we hadn't sailed the oceans yet. That's why we didn't know about Antarctica. We couldn't do... It took us until like 1700, 1800 to be able to do this. That's why we didn't know about Antarctica. But people before 1500 knew about Antarctica. The Library of Alexandria knew about Antarctica. So how did they sail the oceans back then? What technology did they have that allowed them to sail the oceans?
It sounds like they had a lot. I'm just going to ask it again, Jordan. How did all of this happen? Have we lost a chapter or chapters or books of our history of this world?
Yeah. I have one more thing to share.
That's a question for you.
Yeah,
okay.
We're going to get to that. I have one more thing to share, though.
Okay.
I've told you about the Antikythera mechanism, right?
Please tell our audience.
near a tiny island called Antikythera. That he discovered the wreck of a Roman merchant vessel of the 1st century BC, stuffed full of Greek treasure. They started to pull up the objects from this wreck, and it was an absolutely stunning find. Nobody expected this. There was nothing else had been found like this. It is a device of absolute genius. It is quite extraordinary. It is a beautiful mathematical way of doing it. Quite unbelievable. The person who designed this was a genius of the highest order, in my view. It is quite extraordinary. And it's such a unique object. It's so important. It's just absolutely critical object for the whole understanding of the history of science and technology.
So when I asked you at the beginning of the episode, what was the Keli Rabon 50,000 years ago doing? What was the Jordan Henshaw 50,000 years ago doing? We have no clue. But humans could have been doing this for who knows how long. This is like ancient Roman. And we have no written record for what on earth this thing is. It doesn't exist in history. But it does exist. And this guy, Clickspring, I would love to have him on. But he has like almost 1 million subs, so he's probably not. We went on, well, yeah, anyway. Maybe we can have him on. But he rebuilt it. It's basically a computer that predicts like solar cycles and like the moon and planet locations through time. And what this guy does is he rebuilds it. He's not done yet. He started 9 years ago trying to rebuild this. And he's not done yet. So you can go video after video of him building it from scratch and building all these different wheels. And then another video.
I wanted to ask you, Jordan. Choose said sources, Jordan. So I wanted, that was just within the last minute. So I wanted to make sure I pulled that up.
What do you think they mean?
Feel free, Choo, if you can elaborate on your question, so that way we can make sure that Jordan.
I know what the question means in most contexts. Like, I'm making a lot of claims here, and I should provide sources for those claims. But this is a podcast, so it's not practical for me to, this sounds off right now. It's not practical for me to provide sources for every claim that I make right now. But I encourage you to do your own research, and I will be posting the links to all these videos that I'm using. He wants to read more about the wheel. Just Google the Antikythera mechanism, or go to this channel here, Clickspring, and you can find out exactly how you would build it and exactly what it does.
I'm going to try to type that out for the chat in case it's too small on their screen. Can you, let's see, I mean, because it's even small on my screen. ANTIKY. Yep. Mechanism.
Kythera. So this is just, and now he's at 8 years ago, and then we're going to jump forward to episode 10. 5 years ago. This is his progress now. 5 years ago. He's still not done yet. It's taken him all these years. And I don't know what all this stuff is. But this is one of the pieces of it. Now we're at 4 years ago. He's building more pieces of it. He's doing the engravings, the ancient Greek text that's on it. All these different wheels corresponding to like calendar dates and stuff. Now we're going to go to 1 year ago. This is where he's at now. He's reverse engineering technology that was pulled out of an ancient Roman ship. And this is his latest video from 7 months ago. So this started 9 years ago. and he's still doing it. He hasn't finished yet. This is another, like, one of the sundials. And this is a more complete version of it. This is ancient technology here. That somebody, an engineer, I don't know if I can say thousands of years ago, but hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years ago, designed. And we have no idea who they are or what else they were capable of. But it takes this guy 9 years to only rebuild part of it. I don't think he's been doing it full time, but he's been consistent for 9 years. And he's not even close to being done yet.
I'm going to say thank you so much to Lady Positive Thinker for the super chat. She says, thank you for the fun tonight, guys. I'm looking forward to new episodes. Well, y'all, there are plenty of new episodes to come. Jordan and I host Try and Prove It every Thursday night at 9 p.m. Central, 10 p.m. Eastern. I always have to pause for a minute to think about the time conversions. But the best way that you can stay up to speed with all the things is if not only you subscribe, but make sure that you hit that bell. It's the notifications and turn that to all. We don't spam you. Don't worry. It will let you know when we make a new post. And then also, Shauna 1985, thank you so much for the super chat. Y'all always have the most interesting topics. Love your work. Thank you.
Thank you. So we're in the middle of the episode now. Well, I guess it could be the middle. It's probably the middle. That was the first segment. The first segment was showing you all the evidence of lost technology. What do you think so far?
Whew. My mind is blown. I've got a lot of questions though. Like I want to know where'd those chapters go, where'd those books go that are in between what was clearly so advanced all those many years ago to now.
Mm-hmm. Any other questions so I can take a short break here? Okay. Start. We are not allowed to learn lasting building skills. We now live in a materialized world, so we spend more money to repair and rebuild more often. An interesting thing there is Roman concrete. People ask a lot, why is the Roman concrete still here after thousands of years? When we have potholes develop in our roads after 2 months, why do our roads suck so much when Roman concrete doesn't degrade? There's two answers to that question. One answer is it's self-healing because their concrete comes from a specific mountain with a specific chemical property or something, so that when water enters and cracks it, it actually self-heals. So that's one of the answers to that question. The other answer is they didn't have semi-trucks back then. They didn't have 2-ton cars back then. They just had horses and buggies driving on their roads. So that's one of the reasons why their roads last so long, is because they don't have semis. They don't have 80-ton trucks rolling down it. So those are the two answers to that. In one sense, for Roman concrete specifically. But yeah, okay, you build a house today, it's not going to be like a palace. Okay, when we look at the monuments from long ago, we're only looking at the national monuments. We're not looking at Joe Schmo's house. So that's one of the things we have to consider. But if you were to look at our monuments today, like the Hoover Dam, that would be a valid comparison. That's interesting. They did a study on King Tut's DNA, and he shared 99% similarity with Anglo-Saxons. I don't know if that's true, but that's an interesting claim. Honestly, I think it was the fallen angels back in Noah's day. Ooh, we're going to talk about that later. Yeah, we need to get into the Bible story part of this. I think there have been a bunch of resets throughout history, and they probably had tech that's similar to what we have today, just more primitive. A lot of people think that, yeah. Because, like I said at the beginning of the episode, 300,000 years, Keli, we only know about 6. So we have no idea what could happen. And it only takes like 10,000 years to erase basically everything.
Wow.
We did all the super, yeah, we did those 2. Did we do this one? Anne Marie Crotchet.
Crochets. Anne Marie Crochets. Thank you for being a member for a month. I love this stuff. Great change of pace. We try to switch it up, be diverse.
There's no monetary, Christy. Oh, Christy, that's it. That's your mod. There's no monetary return for a business that builds its products to last. Sad but true. Yeah, we don't build stuff to last anymore. Like drywall, that's not going to last. They used to build houses out of stone. We don't do that anymore. We build it out of drywall because it's cheaper, it's faster, and it increases our quality of living. So that's good. It just doesn't last though.
What about like the I don't know, the log cabins? Like I always think about like Abe Lincoln in the log cabin days.
The insulation value of wood sucks.
Yeah.
That's what I would say to that. Hollow walls are better because you can fit insulation in them. Okay, let's go into the second segment of this episode here. You want to know what happened? I'm going to tell you what happened. Why do we not have this technology anymore? What happened? What was the trauma that caused us to become like Julieve and not be able to, well, that's not the best example, but what was the trauma that caused our civilization to forget everything such that we need someone like Julieve to remember and tell us how to rebuild the steam engine? Like that cave, like we are the people, like what we just looked at, all these different examples. Remember at the beginning of the episode where I said, imagine you are the Stone Age person or the Bronze Age person who just went into a cave and you saw, you just walked into a cave and you saw this. What is that? What is that technology? You saw this stuff. What is that? What is that technology? You saw this stuff. What is that technology? You saw this stuff. What is that technology? You saw this city carved out of bedrock. What is that technology? You saw this vase that's super precise. What is that technology? And you saw these maps. What is the technology that allowed them to do that? Now imagine you are a Bronze Age society who just walked into a cave and you saw this for the first time. You have no idea what it is. What is that? What is that technology? What happened to the people who built this? And what does it do? What context did it come from? And what happened to the people who built it? So now we're going to go into that. Have you ever heard about the Younger Dryas impact or the Younger Dryas boundary?
Nope. So
the Younger Dryas is what it basically means is something really bad happened to the planet 12.9 thousand to 11.9 thousand years ago. Or I think 11.9 thousand. There's a period at the end of the last ice age where the ice melted very rapidly, and it appears to be associated with this sedimentary rock layer here that's black. You find that black layer all over the planet at the same time. So vertical is time. As we go down, we go deeper into time or further into the past. And each layer here represents a time period in the past. And this layer here, the black part, is called the Younger Dryas. And basically what it means is that something really bad happened to the whole planet to cause basically the whole planet to be black. Basically, that's a vast oversimplification, but that's the basic gist. So this is like a time capsule telling us about our planet's history. And it's telling us that this is a massive scar on our planet's past. Something really bad happened here. This was, according to our title and our graphic at the top here, this line right here is the scar of the cataclysm we forgot. That's the Younger Dryas boundary layer. What do you know about the story of Atlantis?
Not much.
So it was an island that Plato told us about that apparently sunk, and a lot of people try to find it nowadays.
I think there's one place that fits the majority of his details, and that's the sunken Azores Plateau. And I say sunken because we know it's sunken, and it's right along the mid-Atlantic ridge. There's the Azores Plateau right there. It straddles a triple plate junction, which you have the European plate, the African plate, and the North American plate here. But notice over here, it's really almost at the same latitude as Spain. I would say that if there's any place on the planet that is most consistent with Plato's account, that's it right there.
Why is that without doing an 18-hour presentation?
Oh, come on, Joe. Can't we have pizza brought in? It's a massive subsidence along the mid-Atlantic ridge. Now, this doesn't prove that there was any civilization there, but we can make a very strong case that a large section of the Azores Plateau was above sea level during the late glacial maximum.
Remember the image I showed of what America looked like in the last ice age? This image here?
Yeah.
What does Florida look like in this image? You see Florida?
Like down at the, I mean, basically where Florida is now. Yeah. It just looks wider.
Yeah. You know why that is?
Because of maybe global warming or something, or it's been sinking.
You see all the ice caps? How the ice cap is like way bigger?
Mm-hmm. It's got to go somewhere, right?
Yeah, that's where the water went.
Somewhere.
And so it doesn't have Atlantis above sea level right now in this picture, but I can probably find one. Hold up. Go back into this view here. But as that ice cap melts, as we end, yeah, I'm going to show the scablands. Yeah. As we end the ice age and all that ice melts, all that water goes back into, I should actually pull that back up. Let me pull that back up. It's a seesaw. The reason Atlantis sinks back into the ocean is because it's a seesaw. This is a lot. This thing right here is really heavy. That's really heavy. That ice cap. That's a lot of ice. That's a lot of water frozen. And it's going to put a lot of pressure on a continent. And as you put all that pressure on a continent, it's going to cause that part of the continent to subside, to go down, and other parts of the continental crust to go up. And so this part here goes down, and then this part over here, which is the Azores Plateau, is going to go up like a seesaw when this ice is pressing down on the continent because it's so heavy. But if something, and I'm not going to say what yet, but if something were to rapidly melt all of this ice, if something really bad happened to the planet, what happens to the Azores? You're typing comments.
I am. Yes. Please go ahead. No more questions for me.
What happens to the Azores? If this is your seesaw, this is the really fat kid who's on the opposite end of the seesaw. If that fat kid gets off, if all of this ice rapidly melts, you're still commenting. If all this ice rapidly melts, what happens to the little kid over here?
It goes under.
Yeah.
Or it goes up.
It goes underwater. That's why Atlantis sunk, because something melted all of the ice really fast. The fat kid got off the seesaw. All that pressure is released. Florida becomes Florida again. and the Azores Plateau sinks underwater. Okay. And now we're going to go. Okay, so this right here, actually, I'm going to pull up something else too. New tab to the right, please. Azores Plateau as Atlantis. Images, please pull up. Okay, here we go. This is good. This is good. This is good. This image here would be what the Azores Plateau would look like, roughly, when I need to move my mouse over here. This is what the Azores Plateau would look like during the last ice age, when it's above water. And I'm going to get a better image of it. That massive continent right there. That's Atlantis. That's what happens when the fat kid is on the seesaw. When there's an ice sheet right here. This is another image of it right here. But that's the image you're looking at right here. Just imagine that continent right there because of all this ice, all this pressure on Canada. Okay? But this is what it looks like now. You can see sort of the outline of that continent right there. This is the Mid-Atlantic Ridge. This is where the North American, or the North American continental shelf connects, and then like the European shelf and the African shelf. I'm probably butchering the names there, but it's where a lot of tectonic activity happens. Right at the
Is that what they call the continental divide, or is that something different?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, that's this line right here, the continental divide, I think. Right? So that's where a lot of people think Atlantis was. And it matches up basically perfectly with all of Plato's descriptions of it. And now we're going to, not that one yet. Yeah, we can go into this one. Okay, cave art. So what happened to the fat kid? Why did all the ice melt immediately? What caused the fat kid to get off the seesaw so suddenly to cause Atlantis to drop back into the ocean? This cave art here is pretty odd because it happens to line up with plasma. This right here is plasma that happens in an extreme solar storm. Nothing like we've seen in modern history at all. But this is plasma that we would expect to see from the sun if we had like a mega solar storm. And we would expect to see these lights in the sky. And the solar storm I'm talking about is a world-ending solar storm. There would be a cataclysm that would be able to melt that polar ice cap. Check out this cave art. Look at all these little figures here. There's some better ones too. They're drawing a solar storm. Plasma.
What is a solar storm? Yeah, I see plasma apocalypse.
Yeah. You see the dots right here to the left and the right side of this figure? And you see the two dots right here on the plasma?
We need Christy Lee. Christy Lee is like in the zone on this. I mean, she is popping off. She's like, I'm 3 minutes ahead of Jordan. Sorry, I love this stuff. I'm like, Christy Lee, you should be sitting in my seat tonight.
Okay, you see like how it has the two dots, Kelly, and it has the two dots.
Okay.
Like it's plasma. They're drawing plasma in the sky, and the plasma is what's killing them. What are these two dots are plasma, and you only get that in a world-ending solar storm. So you wonder what happened to the lost high technology.
Mm-hmm.
Why do we not know who built this stuff and why and how? This cave art is telling us why. This is what they saw in the sky.
So I know nothing about this plasma apocalypse situation, you guys. So forgive me if I just
Find some better
sound
videos.
very, uneducated. But which, I mean, clearly I am on this topic. But I mean, how quickly would this have happened?
Pretty fast. Oh, this is
Like
2 hours?
when you say
Why is
pretty
it 2 hours?
fast, I mean, there must have been some time that passed for them to even be able to draw the flares, or not the excuse me, not the flares, but to draw these images in a sustainable way, right?
Yes.
So it wasn't like an instantaneous flash,
No, it was a long solar storm.
annihilation,
I'm
So
trying to
there's
find.
some people actually, Jordan, as there's been several people saying this is literally
Really?
Erica's. Yeah. So if somebody could, I don't know, DM me or something, like a link or to Jordan, that would be helpful, because I haven't, or direct us to where we can find that to pull it up. I'm curious to kind of come full circle and tie that in.
Well, let's do that. So let's find. This is the plasma here. Is that a letter E? I guess if it's upside down, it could be. But I mean, is it just a letter E though? I don't know. But this should be a good video.
Squatting man can be found on every continent all over the world, regardless of time period. It was drawn by multitudes of civilizations that supposedly had no contact with each other. If we buy that story, then we are left with a much weirder conclusion, that they all saw the same thing. It would be easy to say that this is an abstract human stick figure if it wasn't for the distinct features like the right angle knees, thin appendages, and elbows pointing directly up and down, and most notably the two circles on either side. Many of the glyphs also display the neck sprouting off into multiple heads, or one big spiraling head. More elaborate depictions later in time show the figures holding lightning bolts or scorpions on either side while remaining symmetrical. With all of these, if it was found in one glyph, we would say, cool, moving on, and squatting man.
I wish that showed you the actual plasma part though. Let's go back to shorts here. Where maybe this one? No. No, please go back to shorts. I wish there was one that actually showed you the plasma part. Where's the plasma? Plasma. And it keeps going back to that. I want it to go to shorts.
This is one of the reasons we know that the width of a human hand, massive heat and shock, which we would not see without they also hit.
No. I'm going to try. Can you read some comments? I'm going to try to find this.
Yep. Okay. Thank you, PJ here, H72, for the super chat. We appreciate it. Heroes. Oh man, y'all are gonna make me say this. Aeolipile. First century built the first idea of steam engines. So many years later, 1700s, we were able to put cylinder piston steam in play to create trains. It shows how advanced the people were. Thank you for being here. It seems like you guys are super engaged in the topic. It is fascinating. Let's see here. Girl Friday on Tuesday said Frank Lloyd Wright came up with a concrete house that you could have poured into a mold and set very quickly, and it was supposed to be cool in the summer and warm in the winter. think that was when we were discussing the concept of insulation earlier. Christy Lee 444. We have been modern humans for 300,000 years. We've destroyed the earth and created AI in less than 1,000. Does seem like we've done quite a number on it.
Okay, here's the video.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Isaac Golds 369 said the first weather manipulation ever, or an impact by an asteroid.
Yeah, the comet impact is another hypothesis aside from solar flare. So here is the video I was looking for.
The central column you see in this stylized representation is the axis of the discharge. Wrapped around the axis is a torus or donut-like tubular sheet of charged particles. The observer sees through the transparent formation, champagne glass above, squashed bell shape below, so the plasma density is greatest at the limbs. Drawn in 2 dimensions, the formation matches the stick man carved globally on stone by the thousands. The 2 dots under the stick man's arms are the exceedingly bright, high-energy radiation called synchrotron radiation, emitted from the center of the torus. The current sheets continually warp as the electric discharge progresses, and this form is not uncommon. A 2-dimensional representation might look like this. Pratt's work has shown that the stickman, the duck-headed version of the American Southwest, and variations from Hawaii to Saudi Arabia, is a plasma discharge formation, a subject on which he is an acknowledged world expert.
Okay. Now we're going to go to flood myth. All over the world, including the Bible, we have stories that are Noah's flood and different variations of Noah's flood. Basically, every continent and every culture that goes back that far has a flood myth. They have a story that has been passed down generation to generation over thousands of years that says, hey, a very long time ago, there was a huge flood and a lot of people died, and the planet, like the original title, it was a time when the planet wept. Every culture that goes back that far has a flood myth. What is this image? We have some images.
Oh, these are the Erica signatures.
Do we want to pull that up now?
Sure, I just didn't want to interrupt your flow there.
I'm going to finish the flood myths and then we'll go to that. Okay. So every culture, let's read these out. Okay. On the African continent, these are the people who have a flood myth. Kozian, Kwaya, Buti, Maasai, Mandan, Yoruba people, all those people have flood myths. Egypt has a flood myth involving the god Ra, Hathor, Sekhmet. In the Americas, the Algonquian peoples, our Anishinaabe flood myth, Choctaw flood story, Comox people, Cree, Hopi mythology, Inuit, Menominee, Miquak. There's like 20 flood myths from different tribes in North America. Mesoamerica, Aztecs have one, Maya have one. There's 2 in South America, the Canary, Inca, Mapuche, Muisca, Tupi, they all have flood myths. And let's go over to Asia. Eridu, Genesis, Atrahasis, Epic of Gilgamesh, Genesis flood narrative, Abrahamic stuff. China, they have Yu the Great, Nuwa, Great Flood, Li Bing, Li Arang. Iran has one, India has some, Indonesia has them, Japan lacks a major flood myth. Okay, so I guess Japan is the only one. Korea has two, Malaysia has them, the Philippines have them, Thailand has them, Taiwan, Vietnam, Siberia, Europe, ancient Greek flood myths, Baltic area, Veneta, Wise, Leonese, Ireland has one, Welsh, I don't know what the difference between Ireland and Welsh is, but Welsh has two, Bashkir has one, Finland has a flood myth, Australia has flood myths, Polynesia has flood myths. So all over the globe, they all have flood myths, and when you look at the dates, they all go back about 12,000 years ago. So something happened 12,000 years ago.
Jordan, what makes it a myth?
It's a story that's passed down generation to generation to generation to generation.
But does that, I guess myth, I think in my mind, perhaps implies that it's not true.
I need a piece of paper. Hold on, I'll be right back. I'll be right back.
Okay. And thank you so much to the folks who sent over the Erica signatures. I got a few from Get Crunk, and then I think Christy may have also sent some over to Jordan. So we're going to get that up in just a moment. I'm glad that we were able to tackle a topic that is very different tonight.
We have good viewership too.
We do.
Very good viewership, actually.
Yeah, some of the folks in the chat said, like, yeah, I think of fairies and leprechauns when I think of myths.
Okay. A flood happened. I'm not actually in my studio today.
Speaking of myths.
Okay. You see my message? This is my message here. For people listening only, let's go back to this view here. For people listening only, I have a message. This is my message that I wrote down on a piece of paper. It says a flood happened. How do I make this message last 12,000 years?
Carve it into something really good.
They did
or
that.
tell a really big story. Tell a really big story.
So if I just put it on paper,
what's that? Oh, I thought maybe you had some guests, unexpected guests in your room.
What happened?
Oh. Uh-oh, you guys are getting crazy. The experiments could hold on, that's giving me vibes from the case now.
What happens to paper? Is that going to last 12,000 years?
Nope.
So how do we make this, my message, a flood happened? How do we make that last?
You needed something really sustainable, like a big old story.
Like
it's going to be passed down from generation to generation.
I need to put this in the sink. So expand on that.
Okay. Well, I mean, it kind of gives, I guess, a little bit of biblical vibes too. I think we could kind of tie that into how stories have been passed down over, centuries probably, and then evolve over time. And some stories don't make the cut. Some stories don't make the cut.
So when we talk about a myth in this context, we're talking about a really big story, about a really big thing that happened that we tell over and over and over and over and over and over again through generations, through generations, through generations. And we call them myths because they sound like fantastical stories, but that's how we encode information through our species through thousands of years, is with myths. They sound like fantastical stories, and you can add all kinds of crazy details to them. But if we see the same basic story of a flood happening in myths all over the entire world, all happening at the same time, that means something. That's how we communicate over thousands of years. That something really bad happened a really long time ago, and it had something to do with water. So when we look at Noah's flood, there's like a lot of details in the Noah's flood story that probably aren't true. And then we look at, say, the Australian flood myths. There's probably a lot of details in that myth that aren't true. And you can maybe look at the Polynesian ones, or the Siberian ones, or the Malaysian ones, or the Indian ones, or the South American flood myths. There's going to be a lot of details that are BS and are mythical and are fantastical. But the underlying important bit is there was a flood and a lot of people died. And it was a very big deal. And it was such a big deal that it caused us to tell stories about it every night for a very long time. So we have, let's go into this view here. Move to stage. What is this?
So this is an example of her signature in 2017. No, that's not my phone.
Oh, of course it's
No.
not your phone. You know why?
Because it has actually charge on the battery. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right. So what is this?
Okay, so that's her signature in 2017.
Okay.
And then this is a more recent signature that would be her, that would probably look closer to the imagery you were showing earlier.
Is that intentionally crossed out?
It's strange.
I feel like that's like a mistake. Is that
Well,
her
that's what
actual-
went out to like everybody. And then this one was, I think it may be in between. I had received these from Get Crunk. So maybe if Get Crunk wants to like weigh in a little bit more on the times with the I Am Erica Kirk one. But let's see. I asked my mom because she recently got a letter from TPUSA as well. But I think it's this most recent. I think it's this is the most recent iteration of her signature. I mean, I don't know, like who even signs something in print like that when every letter like basically is in all caps? I don't know, it's kind of weird.
I have an email from Erica Kirk, and I'm going to put that on the stage if it will allow me. This is her email signature. Don't know what to make of that, but
I mean, that looks like if you've ever done a DocuSign and you can just use the auto signature option.
yeah, that's the DocuSign version.
Yeah, that doesn't look like how her signature has previously looked.
I digress. But how is okay?
So so can you pull up that image that you were showing us previously? That had made everyone key into the signature. No. The theory that you had up a few minutes ago.
This stuff?
Yes. Yeah.
I mean, it's just an E, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I don't see the, of course I don't see the dots, but yeah, it looks, I mean, her middle name is Lane, for those that were asking, Lane.
I wonder if she
But
knows how
then
to
she
spell.
also, her maiden name is France Faye.
How do I rotate this? Rotate left. Muhahaha. Check that out.
Wow.
Got the skills.
It would have taken me like 20 minutes to do that.
And can maybe even do this.
Christy might have also texted you an example, so I don't know if it's the same example that we've shown already, Jordan, but I want to check.
I think that's the same one.
Okay. Wow. I mean, so JR Nana Boomer, I mean, I didn't realize that they weren't teaching cursive anymore. They're teaching cursive at my son's school. I mean, when he was going into second or third grade. And in fact, part of the reason why is because for some kids with like dysgraphia, which is sort of a condition that impacts your ability to write and form certain letters, is just more challenging. Anyway, cursive actually can be a little easier for those people with dysgraphia over printing.
All right, so the image on the right is courtesy of Christy, Kelly's moderator. I mean, it's just an E, isn't it? Yeah, that's what an E looks like. All right. It's interesting though.
Definitely an evolution. My signature, I'll tell you, has looked the same for decades. Funny little story. Y'all know I always like to share little anecdotes, but I remember back when I was, maybe junior high or something, like sitting in, I grew up going to like Southern Baptist, like First Baptist Church or something like that with my parents. And my dad, when he would sit next to me and I was kind of zoning out, we would practice my signature on the program. And that would keep me from, I mean, there was obviously no phones back then, but that would kind of reel me in for a few minutes and then I could focus again on the message.
Needed a fidget toy.
Yeah, that's how I really learned how to do my signature. I can remember my dad like helping me do my signature. It's been the same since I was a kid.
Yeah, mine too. I used to sign my social security card. That was like the first signature that I did.
Really?
It was actually, yeah.
Yeah.
And it's terrible, but yeah. We were working on where were we though? We just finished the flood.
Yep.
List of flood myths. Okay, and then we talked about what a myth was. That's right. And then I burned the paper. Okay, so now I pulled up Göbekli Tepe in Turkey. Göbekli Tepe is a relatively newly excavated site that, and I'm going to show you a video of it. This is like an artist's reconstruction of what it would have looked like in the day. This is Göbekli Tepe. This is like dated to 12.9 thousand years ago ish. This structure here. This kind of threw archaeology in a loop because they didn't think that there was anything other than hunter-gatherers on planet Earth before like 6,000 years ago. They thought that for 300,000 years, it was just hunter-gatherers for like 300. What is 300 minus 6? 294. They thought it was just hunter-gatherers for 294,000 years. But then this site shows up and in Turkey, and it's 12,000 years ago. It's about 12,000 years old. So instead of 6,000 years ago, we were doing this kind of stuff. No, we were doing this kind of stuff 12,000 years ago. And yeah. Now let's go ahead and pull up a video of what it actually is. So the significance of this is it's very, very, very old, and it has completely overturned a lot of what archaeologists thought about how old human intelligence is, I guess. Let's try to find an actual video of what it looks like. This is a good one. If we can find where he's actually there. So this is Göbekli Tepe here. They have a tent placed over it now. But this is what it looks like. This is 12,000 years old. And they have art written on some of these pillars that's like 3D. So it's like a three-dimensional like lizard thing that comes out of the stone. So it's not like you cut into the stone an image of a lizard. It's that like the lizard is actually coming out of the stone. So you have to cut the stone away to make the lizard. And this was 12,000 years ago. And Tepe lizard. I'm going to try to find that lizard. Right here. That's one of the lizards that they have.
Oh, wow.
This is 12,000 years old. So that's what was happening like right after the flood. Someone mentioned the scablands. We're going to go into that now.
But, you know, there were floods in North America not that long ago. So there were floods. You can look up the Missoula floods 15,000 to 13,000 years ago. And the Kwakwaka'wakw people have probably been on the West Coast for something like 13 to 14,000 years. So, and, you know, that's why they're traditional. And so they have the same stories over generations. They remember the same stories. So when the Missoula floods, which were a consequence of melting glacial ice, discharged up to, they figure there were 55 of them between 15,000 and 13,000 years ago, discharged volumes up to 15 times the volume of the Amazon River. So these are major league floods.
Okay. And if you guys watched our episode like 2 or 3 weeks ago, we did the Texas floods. That was a pretty big flood, but this was, but this dwarfs that flood. This is like a way bigger flood than that. But I should bring up that video though that we brought up in that one. But first, I'm going to show this video. Maybe Keli can send me that video because I don't remember what that's called.
Yeah,
but I think Keli left.
It's definitely a river. A river carved that. Okay, what you're looking at there is a gigantic extinct set of cataracts, like you would find at Niagara Falls, but to use Graham's term, writ large. We're looking at a ridge. We're looking east. The tsunami wave that swept down over these 4 states, one branch of it swept off to the west. This particular branch of it was 400 feet deep when it hit this ridge. And what it did was it spilled over the ridge, and down here in the foreground, you see the modern-day Columbia River. From the top of the ridge, where you see the agriculture and the landscape, down to the rivers, about 1,000 feet.
Wow.
So you basically have to picture, you've got this huge sheet of water, 300 to 400 feet deep. It's rushing over, and it finds the lowest spot within this ridge, and that's where it starts focusing its energy. And as it does, it begins to just strip away the rock. Now, what you're looking at here is this cataract complex is about 5 miles across. And the water came, and you see you've got those kind of curved Finger Lakes at the top.
And those tunnels.
Those are potholes.
That's insane.
Potholes are formed by underwater turbulence. And flood this swiftly moving with this much turbulence, you literally have vorticular eddies, high intensity, high amplitude, high energy, underwater tornadoes, literally underwater tornadoes. Now, these underwater tornadoes are typically, in this case, about a half a mile wide.
Oh my God.
And they're spinning at a high rate of speed, and they're right there, they're probably 600 feet deep because the water pouring over the ridge is at least 200, and you can see what it's done.
So that's the scablands that someone was asking about earlier. I don't know if that specific one is the scablands, but basically, Keli, do you remember that video when we did the Texas floods where it was like a stream and then it turned into a river and then it turned into like the ocean under the bridge?
Yes, of course.
How do I find that video again?
Okay, here, I'll grab it.
Basically, it's that times 100. But I want to show people that again.
It's a very compelling video.
Of a flood. I want to
Of
show
a flood.
people. Yeah. I think we did that one. Yeah. Charlie Kirk says, this is so interesting. I've never researched this. I'm definitely going to go back to see the beginning. Perfect. Yeah, I think this is a pretty cool topic. Y'all, I'm a big fan of both of y'all. I love the balance of Keli Street Smart with a tad of... Do you have your thing?
Oh, yeah, but I didn't blow it up.
After you find the video, can you blow it up?
Yes.
Okay. We'll pull that back up. Chuck Fizzle, Revelation 17, Erica of Babylon. What? All right, while you find that video, I'm going to look this up. Erica of Babylon. Let me turn this off. Revelation. I don't think it's Erica of Babylon. It might be something of Babylon. Babylon, the prostitute on the beast. Babylon the Great, the mother of prostitutes and of the abominations of the earth. I saw that the woman was drunk with the blood of God's holy people, the blood of those who bore testimony to Jesus. Okay, I don't know what that has to do with Erica. I'm sure there's a connection. But anyway, Keli, while you look for the video, have you heard of the Book of Enoch?
I know I've heard of it before, but I mean, I can't quote it for you.
Did you know that the Book of Enoch was in the Dead Sea Scrolls?
Maybe.
It's supposed to be in the Bible, but it's not because it literally talks about aliens.
Mm.
And like literally the only reason, like it's supposed to be in the Bible. It was found with all of like when they found the Dead Sea Scrolls, it had the whole Old Testament plus the Book of Enoch. And the Book of Enoch literally talks about UFOs. And he goes into the spaceship and there's all these displays. I'm going to try to find this here.
Roughly 100.
There's a video of this somewhere that I need to find. Book of Enoch. Vision spaceship. Where is it? We have some dead air here, but it's like a long forgotten book of the Bible that literally talks about UFOs. It's crazy. And I'm going to try to find this video, but I don't think I'm going to. They do like an artistic representation of what, and this is, I can't find the video. I don't know where the video is that I found, but he goes on a spaceship and it's like a long lost book of the Bible. So that's really interesting. And the only reason they didn't include it is because he goes on a spaceship and that was in the Dead Sea Scrolls. It's not portrayed as a spaceship. It's just portrayed as I went up into the sky and I walked around and there were lights everywhere and I could look down upon the earth and I could see the continents and there were these screens where people were in the screens. And it's like someone 1,000 years ago would think it was just magic and it was God. It was like, that's a spaceship, dude. That's what you're talking about.
I just put the flood video in the private chat. If you could run it, because I'm on this hotel Wi-Fi and it's a little iffy.
Thank you, Kelly. We have it now. And comments. How do I get this off? There. Okay, so this is like a flood, and this has been called underground tsunami. Well, maybe I shouldn't say that yet. Anyway.
Okay. Yeah. It's pretty fascinating when you consider that to see it, the water like literally rushing in like a wall at the beginning of this video. And it elapses over 37 minutes.
So when we talk about the Missoula floods that guy Randall Carlson was talking about, imagine this, but 100 times bigger. That's what the Missoula floods was. Probably more than 100 times bigger.
And for the purposes of this video that Jordan is showing y'all right now, keep in mind too, it's wild enough to see this massive amount of water running and rushing. You see and probably Jordan, if you do scan along, you can probably see like where some of those trees get enveloped in the water. But when you see that initial wall of water come through, and then the distance between, where the riverbed was all the way up to the base of the bridge, and the timing in which this happened, there are no cuts in this video. It's crazy.
Just imagine this 100 times more.
And this is we're coming up on almost a year. So July 4th of last summer in the Texas Hill Country in the Kerr County area.
I'm trying to find.
I'm actually going to DC in a couple of weeks. Jordan, I don't know if I mentioned that to you. Yeah. To advocate for flood recovery and survivors at the Capitol.
Oh, you told me. Yeah, so imagine that 100 times more. And then we're going to do something else here real fast. Have you seen the movie 2012?
Doesn't ring a bell.
The End of the World video 2012?
Mm-mm.
You haven't seen that?
No.
What?
Thank you, Shauna. Anyone that hasn't watched that episode, you definitely should. Yep.
Yes. I try to find a good video of a tsunami here. I don't know if I can find one though. This is good. So imagine this just 100 times more. Probably like more than 100 times more. So like when we're talking about
to the bedrock
here,
it's about 1,000 feet. Wow. So you basically have to picture you've got this huge sheet of water, 300 to 400 feet deep. It's rushing over and it finds the lowest spot within this ridge, and that's where it starts focusing its energy. And as it does, it begins to just strip away the rock. Now, what you're looking at here is this cataract complex is about 5 miles across. And the water came in, you see, you've got those kind of curved finger lakes at the top.
And those tunnels.
Those are potholes.
That's insane.
Potholes are formed by underwater turbulence, and flood this swiftly moving with this much turbulence, you literally have vorticular eddies, high intensity, high amplitude, high energy underwater tornadoes, literally underwater tornadoes. Now, these underwater tornadoes are typically, in this case, about a half a mile wide.
Oh my God.
And they're spinning at a high rate of speed. And they're right there. They're probably.
Yeah, we need, where did it go? Oh, here it is. So again, like imagine this just 100 times more doing what he was talking about in that short video. 100 times bigger than this. So that's what happened. That was what was going on in North America. And that was because, can I turn this off here? That was because when this thing melts, all that water has to go somewhere. And it went somewhere, and that caused all the flooding down here. The scablands are over here. That's where all those floods happened. That's why Atlantis subsides, goes underwater. And that's why we have flood myths all over the world. That's why Florida is now much skinnier. That's why the sea level rose. And that's why we lost our technology. So we have to try to remember. And we have to remember that our civilization is not invincible. It can be taken away from us. And bad things can happen to this planet. And it's not stable. It's not as stable as we might think it is. And I think this, if this is true, if this is what actually happened, which a lot of people think it is true, then we are a species with amnesia. This is Graham Hancock's quote. 300,000 years of history, 294 of which are missing. We don't know who we are.
Can you repeat those numbers again?
We have anatomically modern humans have been around for 300,000 years. Our history only goes back 6,000. So we don't know who we are. Imagine if you are 30 years old and you only remember the last 6 months of your life. Yeah. I don't think that the math quite works, but that's basically who we are. We only remember the last 6 months of our life, probably less than that. I think the math works out, so it's only probably 2 months. So if you could only remember the last 2 months of your life, you don't know who you are. You have no idea.
Yeah. I wanted to mention a couple of fast facts that I thought were really interesting when we think about all of that water. And I know that there's no way to even remotely comprehend the volume of water that you're talking about, Jordan. But if we're thinking about the Texas Hill Country floods from last year, so meteorologists estimated that roughly 3 trillion gallons of water moved down the Guadalupe River system during that flood wave. Now that volume has been compared to about the total water used in the United States in a year.
Wow.
Roughly 1.5 million Olympic-sized swimming pools, or about 1.5 months of flow over Niagara Falls.
In that little river?
Yeah.
Yeah, we gotta, I don't know, I don't think Ryan would be watching right now, but if he is, we gotta do that episode and try to figure out what on earth happened. He sent
There's
me a lot of
so
stuff.
much to investigate. There's so much to investigate on the issue, and
He sent me like a bunch of stuff that I have to read that I haven't read yet. That is going to maybe enlighten me a little bit more, and we're going to have to do an episode. I'm not actually in the studio right now. I'm pretending to be, but so I can't touch the aquarium. But over there in the actual studio, I can't touch it. I should be touching it right now, but I can't touch it. It's a big background. But the aquarium right there, I'm going to use to try to reproduce something that's sort of kind of like this tsunami theory that might explain what happened with the floods, maybe. Because this is try and prove it. What I do with the Charlie Kirk case is I reproduce, we make a claim, we make a hypothesis. I think this is what happened to Charlie Kirk. And then I go out into the field and I try to reproduce, I try to demonstrate and show that my theory actually can reproduce what we observe. So if we're going to have a theory on what physically caused the floods, I should be able to, in some form, reproduce some kind of system in a tank that maybe sort of reproduces what the theory might be, even if only just to show people. I want to show people so that I can understand it, because the way my mind works is, and this actually is kind of interesting, like especially with like the X spaces stuff and some of the disagreements we've had, or not disagreements, but like where like my mind is not connecting with yours, right? I need to, for me to feel like I understand a topic enough to talk about it, I have to understand every single detail. That's why I ask so many questions about things. And like, for example, on spaces a little while ago with like the Corby Hall stuff, I have to understand every single little detail of this theory for me to feel like I understand any of it at all. But then other people are like, I don't need to understand every little detail. It's like this little idea here, that little idea there, I'm good. But me, I have to understand the nitty-gritty down to every last detail. So that's why I want to do it in a tank. I want to do it with my own hands and understand exactly how the theory would work. And who knows, maybe the theory will not work, and it'll be like John Bray's theory, where it's like, wait a second, we're breaking like all the laws of physics here, something's wrong. Or it might be like my theory that actually works, like the CO2 pendant gun or the elastic theory from Paul, and it'll be like, wait, this might actually work. We should pursue this further. So anyway, I'm going to read some comments. Then maybe you can blow up your thing, and we can go back to that other comment.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Thank you for reminding me.
I seem like a meta systems thinker. It's called introverted thinking, MBTI, Carl Jung, cognitive functions. With extreme pattern recognition skills, that would be intuition. Architectural autodidact. I don't know what that means. I think I know what that means, but I don't know. But if you look at MBTI, I made Keli do this personality test the other day, or like last week or something. And I'm not going to say your personality type, but
I don't care.
I'm not going to share mine. But yeah.
Okay, then
anyway,
people will know how to manipulate me, right?
Yeah. But anyway, I think she uses extroverted thinking, and I think I know that I use introverted thinking, and introverted thinking is the one where you have to understand every single detail of something for you to feel like you know it. All right, so we have another super chat here. Enjoyed this, fewer questions and more explaining. I don't know what they're saying there. INFP, ENFP split here. What? No way.
Wow.
Makes sense. Okay. Did they have a drought before? That would harden the ground a lot. In Texas, I don't know if they had a drought, but Ryan Logue, the guy we had on the show a couple weeks ago, he has a lot of information on some stuff. I don't think it's because of a drought. I think it's because of some other stuff, at least according to his theory.
But also there's like really interesting kinds of there's a lot of limestone. There's interesting kinds of rock, and the I guess the geography there in some of these spots is like very straight up and down, and almost like this canyon-ish situation in some spots. Anyway, it's just wild. And then how the storm sat and just dumped water. I mean, there's a lot to what happened.
Jack Delaney says the movie 2012 is good. Makes me wonder how much of it could actually happen now with the craziness of how our weather changes, especially the last couple of years. Yeah, hopefully we don't cause that to happen. Be terrific at that if that did not happen. Randall Carlson is smart, but he doesn't think Freemasons are dangerous, which makes him dumb. I don't know. I mean, I don't know any Freemasons, so I can't comment on their personality traits. I don't know. Ruby C. Kinglet says I was unable to keep my eyes open at 10 p.m. Y'all are responsible for my owl rhythm kicking in. Yeah, we're night owls, Kelly and I. This one, I think we already read this one. Randall Carlson is a wealth of information. Thanks for sharing. I found him while doing research on Freemasonry.
Gosh.
I'll be right back.
Oh my goodness. Well, while Jordan has stepped away, just want to remind any of the folks that are new to the chat, new to the stream, please make sure that you are subscribed to Try and Prove It, to Jordan Henshaw, to Keli Rabon, and have those notifications turned on. But you can count on seeing us every Thursday night at 9 p.m. Central, 10 p.m.
Where was
Eastern.
that comment? Make sure to find that comment again. Is this it? Yeah, here's the comment. So I'm the wrench. Wait, hold on. Here's our logo here. So I have the wrench. Wait.
I'm going to have to get up. Do you understand how huge this?
No.
This is ridiculous, Jordan. Oh my God. This thing is almost as big as me. So yeah, the magnifying glass, the investigator.
Because last time
There we go.
Last time I had my wrench and then she didn't have a magnifying glass. So I Amazoned her a magnifying glass and I'm like, my wrench is really big. So I wonder what the biggest magnifying glass is I can buy.
Oh my
And it turns out that's the biggest magnifying glass they have.
You guys, like, oh, it magnifies all right. Yep.
All right. Let me look at my plan here. We're almost at 3 hours. We did a full show.
We did. Anybody have any questions? Any other pressing questions? Oh, I did see someone ask about how they could find out in their case about how much rain they received during Hurricane Sandy. And so I do think that there are, some, I don't know what the best tools are for going back and looking at your specific zip code, but I mean, zip code or address, but I
What
do
about her?
believe that that information definitely exists. I mean, I was using, I knew that I had heard those sort of fast facts throughout like the legislature and different meteorologists that there's like one,
Oh,
I mean, multiple meteorologists that had spoken about it. I mean, I've lived this stuff for almost a year. So I just couldn't remember them off the top of my head. So I used Perplexity AI to help jog my memory. But yeah, you could definitely track down that information.
Mm-hmm. And then I think I'm not going to try to pronounce that, but they say, I think the obvious answer as to why the government is no longer trying to slow down climate change is that something very bad is coming. I suspect an asteroid collision with Earth is coming. I hope not. This is not a doom and gloom channel. It's very rare for something like that to happen. But I think, okay, this is interesting. There was a mission that NASA did with SpaceX where they looked at a comet or an asteroid or something, and they changed its trajectory so that if it were pointed towards Earth, it would no longer be pointed towards Earth, and it worked. So we actually do have a planetary defense system. So for context, though, there is the impact hypothesis. What I presented tonight was basically the solar storm theory as for why all of the ice would melt so suddenly. But that's not the only theory. The other theory is that there was an asteroid impact or a comet impact on that polar ice sheet, and that's what caused it to melt so fast. That's one of the other theories. That's one of the leading theories. There's some problems with that theory, but that's a whole debate in and of itself. But the interesting thing is the Taurid meteor stream. We go through it twice a year, one in June, actually. Hold up. Are we actually going through the Taurids soon? I think we might be. When is the Taurid meteor stream? So a lot of people think that the Taurid meteor stream is what actually caused the ice to melt and cause this cataclysm. We interacted with a much larger chunk of it, but it's still active. Like we still go through it twice a year. So it's the southern Taurids and the northern Taurids. The southern is mid-September through mid-November, and then the northern is mid-October through early December. So that's a meteor stream. So if you go, what it is, it's a broken up comet, and it's a trail of comet debris, and we go through it. So that causes a lot of shooting stars during that time period. But in the past, it might have been much larger, and that could potentially be why the ice melted and we had the cataclysm. Randall is also amazing for learning sacred geometry. Yes, that's another big thing that he does. Okay, Crunkton, listen, if you want to do more research on Freemasonry, Scott Walter does phenomenal work. I've read most of his books and spoken with him. He's fascinating. Yeah, maybe we can look in. There's a lot of people talking about Freemasonry. I'm not really sure why, but that's definitely something we can look
Probably
into.
my people. They're my people. Yeah.
This is your person who cares very much about you.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Thank you, Christy. And shout out to Christy for being one of my mods. She's amazing, and I'm so thankful for her.
No, I ordered the magnifying glass off Amazon to send to Keli as a joke. So the Nephilim, that's an interesting thing. I just listened to a Tucker Carlson podcast, like the first hour of it. that was on the Nephilim, or the Nephilim, plural. Basically, they're giants, and they're in the Bible, and like you read like Genesis chapter 6, and it talks about the Nephilim, and it's like, who are these people? It's like a whole thing. It's really interesting. There's a lot of good reasons to think that giants walked the earth, and that like they interbred with aliens or something, because there's these skulls. I think Kelly's busy, but I guess.
Sorry, I'm listening to you. I was trying to pull up a video that I'm sending it to my computer. So from Turkey, and looking at one of the historic cities, cave cities.
Oh yeah, let's do it.
Just for something, but please continue.
Okay. What was I going to do? Oh, the skulls. Okay. Elongated. Have you heard about the elongated skulls, Kelly?
Sounds like something I might have seen in a museum.
Okay. What is the
But I'm not sure.
thing that's called? What is the thing called? Oh boy, artificial cranial deformation. What is the thing called? All right, here we go. Images. There's much better
Keep
versions
talking,
of it.
Jordan. We want your take on this.
All right. Elongated skulls. They go back for a while. Oh, most of the elongated skulls that we find are just normal humans with, like, when you have a baby and you wanted to have an elongated skull for whatever reason, you like strap boards to their head to like shape their skull to make it elongated. That explains most of them. But there's other ones where like the inner volume of the head is like more. And there's another thing here. I'm trying to remember what the thing is called. There's a joint on the skull. I really wish I could find it. I wish I could remember what it's called, but there's like a joint. There's two different sheets of the skull that join together.
Yes. I know exactly what you're talking about, and it's escaping me. But there's a period of time, you mean, before it closes?
Yes.
Yeah.
And okay. Yeah.
They call it like the soft spot on babies, you know, like, I mean, that's just kind of
but there's a
layman's term.
specific one, and it's because the head needs to get smaller to go through whatever.
Cranial suture, maybe?
Cranial suture. Thank you. That's what I meant to say. Yes, cranial suture. There's skulls that don't have that. There are elongated skulls that don't have the cranial suture. And those are the ones with like excess volume. And so it's like that's not from boards being placed on the head. Like, that's genetic, and it's like not human. So like the skull right here, I think that one's artificial. This one is almost certainly artificial. Most of these are going to be artificial, but there's ones that are not artificial. There are people who are born like that, and they shouldn't be able to fit. So it's like, what are their genetics? Like, who are these people? Why do people do this head binding thing to make their heads long and elongated? What started that? Are they trying to copy someone who has that genetically? It kind of seems like it, because we have ones that are genetic and ones that aren't genetic.
I mean, it's kind of giving Conehead vibes.
What's Conehead?
Oh, you're too young. You're too young. You're going to have to Google it. We're going to need, for all of us old folks in the stream.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yep. I know that. I knew what that was. But yeah.
But I mean, but okay. So there's a different, I would say most people, well, I don't know, in the United States or modern day. I mean, are you talking about people still desire to have their heads like this?
Oh,
Because
I don't know about today.
okay, because
I don't think
you
so.
know, people like in, I would say, modern day, these businesses that reshape babies' heads with the helmets, they're making a killing. But they
Are they
want the
doing
head to be
elongated skulls
normal
though?
and round and, you know,
Yeah,
pretty and not flat.
yeah. But they don't do elongated skulls, do they?
Not as far as I know. That may be the off-label. You may have to have a special a special referral to get into that business.
What was that thing called again? No, um, you
The
put the
cranial,
comment up.
not the cranial suture.
Cranial suture.
Cranial suture. Mm-hmm.
Oh. No, there's another one that I'm looking for.
Oh, okay.
No, I'm talking to Google.
Got it.
I don't want that one. But there's two different ones that are like artificial, and then there's ones that appear to be genetic. And the genetic ones are tied to, by some people, to the Nephilim. Some people think it has something to do with giants. And there's a lot of reports of people finding giant skeletons, and they send it to the Smithsonian, and they disappear inside the Smithsonian. There's a lot of reports about that. I'll even show you a really good video on that. The Y-Files, giants. This is a good episode from the Y-Files here on giants. You should watch that later. I'm talking to the audience.
Because you know I'm not going to.
I know you're not going to, because we still have that other thing we need to watch. It's more important than this, but this is a good. Dang, dude.
Oh, I had to pull this one up. Thank you so much, Veil Jumper 9225. Keli, you could talk about anything. As long as I could see your beauty, I would listen forever. Thank you. Thank you. I'll take that compliment this evening.
So some people think that there are skeletons that have been found that are this big. So that's pretty interesting. And like the Smithsonian has all of them. And there's like 1,000 reports, and there's like all these newspaper articles about them, and they all get covered up and hidden. But there's like passages in the Bible, genetically born with an elongated head, yes. And that's where giants come in. I don't think they had C-section back then. Or at least,
I mean, look, I'm sure they would do whatever means necessary, hopefully, right?
But no,
to get the baby out.
The idea is,
and thank you, Sticky Icky Liberty.
The idea is that the woman was a giant. And, you know, if you're a giant, then other body parts are going to be big, and that's how the head fits through. So that's the idea there. But anyway.
Bijou, Cassell 4587. Yes, we called it GT, gifted and talented, at my school. So remember the GATE program, remember the advanced CIA classes being tested by the government with ear sounds on the headsets, the pink fluoride liquid. Do you remember the basically almost, I think about it like a FEMA trailer, but were your classes in like a trailer on campus? Mine were.
Was it this stuff?
I don't know. I think I blocked out that part.
Because we were talking about that like a while ago.
I don't remember a lot of my childhood, but I would like to have some of my gifted and talented classmates. I mean, I went to a very small school and grew up in a very small town. And so anyway, I still have contact or would be able to reach some of my GT classmates. And I think it would make for an incredible stream to just compare stories and what we remember about that. And like,
I want to
the
know what that
research-
pink liquid was, because I literally went to the store to buy this to taste it, and it's not this. Well, I don't know if I remember the same thing y'all remember, but I remember some kind of pink liquid, and it had a really distinct taste. I don't remember what the context of it was, but there's some kind of pink liquid that I definitely remember. I don't know though.
Yep, we've got a lot of gate kids,
We need to figure
GT
this out.
kids. We were called out of class for GT. Yep. That's how it was.
Yeah, we need to talk about that and figure that out.
And interestingly, I don't know if it meant anything or not, but our GT class was very close to the nurse's office. So I don't know if I just really think I blocked out that part. If we did have the pink stuff, I don't know, but I do remember the headphones, the hearing thing. And anyway, I don't know if, and unfortunately, you guys, this is another, I don't know. I always can go off on tangents, but my GT teacher and I were, we kept up with each other over time.
Okay, hold on. For the audience, what's GT?
Gifted and talented.
Okay.
And that's the same thing as GATE. It's just, they called it gifted and talented education, I think, but just, we called it GT. And so, but anyway, we kept up with each other over time, and she passed away a couple of years ago, and I went to her funeral, and they'd spoken about me in her eulogy and things like that. Like, I mean, it's just really sad. But I'd wish, if she was still alive, I know that she would spill the tea. I just know she'd spill the tea for us.
Yeah, I just texted you, or so we have a mental note of that. We should figure something out.
It's funny. Shauna said, did we go to the same school? Well, we definitely need to compare notes, because I was born in 1985 as well. So
I just noticed that.
we could have been MK Ultra.
You better be careful with that stuff, though, because you don't want to end up like Tyler Robinson.
Well, I mean, look, at 41, I mean, knock on wood, I think I've made it past that stage, but.
I hope so. You never know, though. You could be a sleeper cell.
Oh, don't start the rumor mill. My goodness, feed into the rumor mill.
We have this one here. If there was a way to speed up our orbit, I guess of the planet's orbit around the sun, and change our magnetic field faster, would we do it just to make sure Apophis hits? I think we would go the other way around in two different ways. We would make sure that Apophis doesn't hit, and we would be changing the orbit of Apophis, not of Earth, because Apophis is a lot smaller. Have you heard of Apophis?
No.
It's a meteor that's supposed to end the world. Or not a meteor, it's an asteroid or comet or something. But it's supposed to miss us. But if it were headed our direction, if it were going to come in for a hit, we would be able to move it, because we demonstrated that we can do that now. So that's pretty cool. Freemasonry was invented during the time of early Judaism. It was created during the time when Jews were enslaved by Egypt. There's actually no evidence that Jews were enslaved by Egypt at any scale. Yeah. This person also says, or no, this is the same person. Jews were forced to build pyramids, and Freemasonry used hand signals and codes to communicate. I don't know about forcing Jews to build the pyramids, but there's been a lot of hand signal stuff in this case, in the Charlie Kirk case.
Yep, we have gone through some of that, and so if anybody wants to dive into that, we're always down. Or you can check our previous episodes.
Yes. I think we talked about that on maybe it's one of the James May episodes. I think it was. Ethiopian Bible. Oh, there's the Ark of the Covenant is apparently in a church in Ethiopia, by the way. The Ethiopian Bible talks about how when Cain was banished, Cain and Abel? What? I don't know what they're talking. Maybe they're talking about Cain and Abel. When Cain was banished, the mark he was given allowed him to interact with the fallen angels and procreate. I don't know what on earth they're talking about. The fallen angels. Oh, we already did that one. Been trying to make godlike humans for thousands of years. Now, just look at all the psychic MK Ultra babies. You're psychic a little bit.
Mm-hmm. I only tell you about part of the stuff. I don't want to freak you out too much.
I think you tuned out though because you're looking for a video.
Here we go. I'm uploading a video. Yeah. I said yes. I think I am. Well, I mean, I am. I know that I am intuitive at least. And I said I don't want to freak you out with as many examples as I potentially could.
Wait, what?
When it comes to my intuition, like you have to be careful about not giving too many of them because people will really start to think you're weird.
Can you give me 3?
I've given you a lot of them. I mean, so many times I talk about things like even in this Charlie Kirk case, and then like a day, 2 days later, later in the day, sometimes whatever, but usually a couple of days. Then they happen. They're magically revealed. Magic. I mean, I shouldn't have used the word magic, but they're revealed. It's not because I have any sort of exclusive insight. It's just my intuition.
Well,
I mean, multiple times a day, every single day, I think about someone and then they text or they call. I mean, that's like a basic example. And it's even when it comes to things like somebody calling to remind of an appointment or like a bill, like my car insurance is due or something. And then I get like a text message reminder saying like 5 minutes later that my insurance payments due or something like that. So
have you ever heard people say that time isn't real?
I mean, I've heard people say that, but I don't know.
Sometimes it seems like time isn't real. Like it's not linear. It's not real.
Yeah.
So maybe that explains some of it.
Maybe.
Because like when you talk about other dimensions, like time is like one of the weird dimensions or something. Like I've just I've thought sometimes, and it seems like when I like think too hard, it seems like the past isn't actually the past and the future isn't actually the future. And it just seems like time is another dimension, like the 3 dimensions we have. And you should be able to just walk over to another time period like you can walk over a hill. And it seems like that should be possible. And that like all times all exist at the same time simultaneously. And we're just passing through it in like a one-dimensional way that's like very restricted. But it all exists all at once. So something that happened 7 years ago isn't 7 years away. It's right here. It's all happening at the same time. It's all happening simultaneously. And there's something that our brain does that allows us to perceive time in a linear fashion. But who knows? Maybe someone who has these like telepathy, where like you think of someone and then they immediately text you, or even if it's just an email, like an auto-generated email, maybe that's some kind of disconnect where time starts behaving more accurately to what it actually is. It's like maybe it's like a time glitch or something. I don't know. I guess that's a no.
No, I'm listening. It's just the chat's intense too. And it's got me thinking. I don't have the energy to talk about it right now, but like how intuitive that, yeah.
Are those tombs?
No, they're like what you would call the cave villages. Like, so people lived in there.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. There are also some that I'm gonna load some more in. It was only letting me do one at a time. I thought I had loaded.
So this is in Turkey.
Yes, in Turkey. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
And there, so that's like a very religious site. I think if I can, gosh, I used to be able to say all of the names appropriately. I want to say it's Guerme. That's how you say it, but it's like Goerme, something like that. Anyway, when you go inside, they have, like in some of these, there are paintings, like a full depiction of it. They're really beautiful, but like you're not allowed to take photos and things like that. So you have to be very.
Is it this?
That's in some of the area. We didn't go all the way into the into that underground city in particular.
You did this.
Here we
though.
go. Let's see. Yeah, I did that.
Do they just always have these hot air balloons just everywhere all the time?
Yeah, I mean, it's an incredible. I've got some of those videos too, but yeah, it's an incredible way to view it.
Is that like their primary method of transportation?
No, it's tourism. It's very much tourism. There you go. Okay, some of the most beautiful. Oh wait, those are cave hotels, but still. Yeah, there you go. Centuries old cave churches of Turkey. Yeah, that's helpful. I mean, look at that. To see the scope, it's incredible. Here, there's one more video I'll throw in there too.
Do you know
can
what
keep
kind of
playing
rock that is?
God, I don't remember.
Ever made by somebody running for Colorado governor in recent history. You claim that you've been all around the world into Gaza during the war with Israel. Prove it to anyone. But you're talking to voters now. How should
wait, why
voters...
are you?
Can we back up to her for 1 second?
Please answer the question.
Wait, hold on. Why are you jumping through this? There's so much good stuff in this. But wait.
Military airstrike that killed 70 ISIS fighters. That you were the first American in Gaza during the war.
Go back
with
a little
Israel.
bit. Go back. You got to go back. Go back.
Unlike any.
Not all the way. You were right. Okay.
Colorado governor.
Going to make a lick of difference.
You don't need to prove it to anyone.
Had an extraordinary life.
Jordan, pause.
You
Oh my God, is there a delay?
Border and made them pay a price. That you as a civilian called in a U.S. military airstrike that killed 70 fighters. That
Stop.
What?
You have to start at the beginning of the question so we can hear the whole part. Okay.
Well, I rewinded it to the beginning, and then he said not to the beginning.
No. Okay. the beginning of when Kyle starts talking on that question. I can't tell because it's so tiny on my screen. I can't see how far you're going back, but I'm just like
claims that are unlike any ever made by somebody running for Colorado governor.
Can we back up to her for 1 second?
Please answer the question, sir.
I will. But this, I'll make a little informal complaint. The folks at home don't want to hear about her past and what she did. That's not going to make a lick of difference to those who are having trouble putting food on the table, Kyle, paying their electricity bill, having to try to figure out how they send their kids to school.
Sir, how much of your time do you plan to burn before you answer the question of whether you tell the truth?
Do I tell the truth?
How should voters discern whether you have had one of the most extraordinary lives in human history or whether you are a liar and a fraud?
Well, simply go back. I have 20 years of videos and documentation and people. We just had our head of security in Iraq call in a video today. The proof is just in people and what we document. I thought it was funny. You said when you came to the training center, the pictures and what we showed and things, it wasn't good enough for you.
You're running for governor, and you spent precious little time answering the question other than to say that folks have to take the word of you and your staff for your accomplishments.
No, I said thousands
Mr. Bottoms,
of
a question
people,
for you as we approach closings here. You claim to have uncovered.
Maybe we could do a stream with him. That would get views.
I mean, look, I'm happy to ask.
A short interview. Well, you have your other video here.
There in another hole. She's
Oh.
traveled to another hole.
Oh gosh. Oh, no, I was just climbing around, but that's like interesting perspective.
that
I have
you?
video from that was me. That's me. That's my mom talking on the recording.
Do you have video from inside there?
I do, yeah. Yeah.
The retool time.
In time for the retool time. Okay, let's ask the chat if they think that it would be worth it or that we should have him on. Or at least
we're
try
not having
to.
him on. No, we're not.
Why
having
not?
him on. No,
Okay.
we don't need drama. But we do have a poll.
Okay, then you can ask him if I should have him on. Because I know Colorado and I used to work there. I don't live there anymore, but you know.
It says 88% yes, 13% no. So I guess a lot of people already know about 12.9 thousand years ago. Wow. That's pretty cool. What other poll should we do?
No. He's trouble.
Huh? Yeah. No.
Okay, guys, no fun. You're no fun. Y'all know I like trouble. See, that's also the yin and yang between Jordan and I.
What is?
That, you know, that I'm looking for trouble sometimes.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
I know.
But anyway. What other poll should we do? Maybe a vote on if I proved my assertion.
Oh,
tonight?
there we go. Okay, yeah, absolutely. Okay, this one will be good. It's going to take a second to send to my computer, but it's a minute long. So, and I'm inside of that particular cave.
Oh yeah.
Yep. It was the most amazing trip. It was so cool.
Have I proved my assertion that we have forgotten a massive chunk of human history? Type 1 or 2 in the chat. 1 for yes, 2 for no. Let's see how I did. What other guests should we have on?
Here, I'm just going to answer this question in the meantime. Sorry, I'll put it back up in just a second. But do you have distinct memories of leaving your body? I don't know about astral projecting. You'll have to explain to me what that is. But yes.
Okay.
I do and have, and I guess I chalk it up to being really good at dissociating as a what would you say, trauma response or defense mechanism or adaptability over time. I'm not saying that it's good. I'm not saying I'm proud of it. I'm just saying I think it's a talent of sorts.
That astral projection is, near-death experiences.
Yes, dissociation is a skill. Thank you. See, we see eye to eye.
Not when you say that, oh, I have dissociation, so I should go and seek out trauma because I have a shield.
No, I didn't say I'm seeking out trauma because of that. I'm saying that it is a way that I dissociate when I am, when I need to deal with something. That's all.
Okay, so astral projection, near-death experiences. People will say that when they have a near-death experience, like on an operating table, they will see their body from above their body, like their consciousness, their soul will leave their body, and you can look down. And some people say that it feels like they go to outer space and they go up into the sky and see planet Earth. I think that's what they mean by astral projection.
Okay, this is so creepy. Oh my gosh. I'll talk about it later. I don't want to say what I was going to say publicly, but it's surreal that Bijou is asking me these questions right now. Because yeah. Maybe I'll do a members only stream on it or something. I don't know. But it's wild. Wow.
Let me get this. This thing is not layered correctly. I can't read it. Let's go back to this one. BG says I've died. Maybe I shouldn't read that one then. I don't know.
No, it's fine. It's fine. Anyway, I'll explain later as to the reason why this is great. So crazy.
Okay. Do you have any other? Oh, is this the video? No, that's the other.
I have one more video I'm going to load in. Yep. I just got distracted there because I realized when she started talking about these near-death out-of-body experiences, one of my most vivid ones, how it ties on. It just kind of flooded back to me, so it was crazy.
Governor Jared Polis is Colorado's first Jewish governor. You are running a campaign that explicitly calls for a return to Christian leadership. You tell church crowds that your campaign is an assignment from God and part of a spiritual war. You told me last...
Who is this guy? Have I seen this guy before?
Last week...
Kyle Clark?
I don't know.
The moderator right there? Yes. So he did the previous Victor Marx one-on-one interview. He was one of my former competitors.
That's right.
Colleagues.
So you know that guy. Okay.
Yeah, I know Kyle. And then sitting next to him in the gray suit, that is my former coworker, Marshall Zellinger. And yeah, he used to work at Channel 7 where I worked at in Denver, and he's at Channel 9 now.
So this is Denver.
Mm-hmm.
Huh.
You will continue to perform exorcisms of a sort where you command demons to be cast off of people, what you call the secret sauce of your $7 million a year ministry. Question, to what extent do you think church and state should be separate? And what would it mean for Coloradans to, as you say, put godly leadership back into the Capitol?
I'm starting to believe you're not a Republican.
It's your time. You can use it however you like, but I'd prefer that you answer the question. What does it mean to return Christian leadership to Colorado?
Well,
Kyle is so
Christian
sharp.
Leadership versus making a state Christian are two different things. I believe separation of church and state, as originally intended by founders, wasn't to keep the people of faith out of public office, but it was to keep the government out of our faith, whether it's Christian, Jewish, Muslim, or atheist. I've worked with Muslims, Sunni, Shia, Christians, Jewish people. I've worked with all type of faiths. And as governor, I'm a man of the law, but my faith absolutely gives me the moral code to do what I do and the backbone to make the hard decisions in spite of.
How is he running for governor?
He is.
Like, who voted for him?
Because you know, when you got money coming from somewhere, you do what you want.
Is he like, please play Kyle. I guess that's Kyle's short interview.
You know
Is that
what's
the
so
one on your-
wild? I just want to mention this is what's so wild is that, like, I don't know if you were in the space that night with Diligent and Corby Hall was in there. And it's like, I was trying to say over and over again, you guys, you've got to listen to, you know, this interview that was just done in Denver, one-on-one with Victor Marx. Like I kept putting the things in the X chat, like with the exact time codes. And even though I had a mic briefly here and there, it was like, no one wanted to acknowledge it. I'm like, oh, anyway, it's fascinating.
Is this it?
No, that's James Tallarico. This would have been like 2-3 weeks ago.
Am I going the wrong way?
I can't tell even what date you're on.
I think I went to, yeah. Are you going to post your cast?
Yeah, when I get time. Actually, I mean, I've got to figure out what I want to do with it first. Okay, let's see. I can't even see what date you're on, Jordan. You're flipping through all this.
It says May 13th.
Oh, well, okay. Well, that's definitely too long. Okay, slow down. Okay, May 20th. All right, keep going. Sorry, you guys. Maybe, Jordan, could you play the video that I put in the, I loaded in. It's like a minute long. Maybe that'll help.
Another look inside the cave.
Hopefully I don't say anything stupid.
Climbing, but I probably don't trust that on the way down. I trust it on the way up, not on the way down. I'm like, what are all these little cubby holes? It reminds me of kindergarten.
Mm-hmm.
It's like where Braden and Brock put their little backpacks and lunchboxes at school. And then you can see how high I've made it up.
Huh?
There's Mom down there. We can Check that out.
There's Kelly up there in another hole.
Oh, see, you hear her? Just hanging out. Okay.
I don't know where this thing is.
All right. I know I've made many of y'all nervous already.
Maybe they deleted the space or something. I don't know.
Is it a reply?
Yeah, I was posting it in the space.
I think Christy just texted it to me.
Okay, good. What was the ceiling height? It doesn't look high at all. Sorry. Let me try to get my mic back over there. Or my mouse. What was the ceiling height? It doesn't look high at all. No, it wasn't very high. And I think that, people, they say a long time ago, were shorter, generally speaking. And maybe even in that part of the world. I don't know.
Or maybe they were the little gray aliens.
And they all needed to put their backpacks in the cubbies at the end of the day. No, actually, what I later learned is that those were for pigeons. You guys. Yes.
Really?
So this was one of my first caves to go into. And so I didn't know that part yet. But I later learned that they were for pigeons. And they used the pigeon poop for all kinds of stuff. They used it for to paint, and you can Google it yourself. Pigeons are a big deal over there.
Is that like another one of those theories, like how the pyramids were just tombs?
I don't know. Maybe we'll have to save that for another day.
All right. Christy gave me this video here. VM got a special call from
the White House, like around the 15th or so of August. Yeah.
Going to talk about your back.
Wait, this is 29 minutes long. I thought you said this was short.
Okay. We just have to get it to the right spot. Let's see.
Well, what's the right spot?
Oh my goodness, Jordan. Okay, which part are we trying to, because you can use the transcript to search.
I don't know. It was Christy's idea.
Okay, which part are you wanting to hear about? Are you wanting to hear about the call from the White House? Here, can you take the poll down? Because I think it's overwhelmingly that you have proved your assertion. Okay. Okay, so Jordan, if you do a little search, if I could control the screen for you, I would. Yes, we do bicker like siblings. But we'd keep it relatable around here. Okay.
The part where he asks if he's murdered anyone. Well, what part is that?
Oh, the part. Oh gosh. Yeah, that's a good part.
It says no result.
Kill. Okay. Kill.
Oh God.
Lots of those. That's not normal.
This is a political interview.
Okay, that's good. That's a good one. So I'm just asking, how many people have you killed? Click. No. Go up.
What?
Jordan, go up.
Thing. So I'm just asking you, how many people have you killed?
Well, if I did, I wouldn't be telling a reporter sitting here in my training center.
How about voters? Would you tell voters?
There's no need. I don't think that's important. It's actually it's an odd question to me.
It's funny you describe it as an odd question because you actually talk about the idea of killing people with some frequency and why it's a necessary thing to do, killing people. You said on NRA TV in 2017, now a lot of them just got to be killed. I've had them shoot at me and I had to shoot back. There's a time and place to eliminate the enemy and you have to. You said on Jeff Lerner's podcast in 2025, some people have to get killed. Some people have to die. But it's an odd question to ask you how many people you've killed.
Yes.
Okay. You claim that you once called in a
Definitely
US
the
military
gel or the light.
70
See,
ISIS
I think it's
that
the light.
light.
realized that civilians could essentially facilitate military airstrikes. Could you walk me through how that worked?
No,
You've previously spoken about the details.
didn't say them.
Well, I don't want to read back your own words to you. I'm curious how you would describe the act of calling in a military airstrike that killed 70
I'd
people.
like to hear my own words.
I honestly, I don't want to spend our interview time reading your own words back to you. I'd rather ask you some other questions that I think are of pertinent interest. You told a church congregation earlier this month that you caught child traffickers at the US-Mexico border and, quote, made them pay a price.
Yeah.
Can you tell us what your ministry was doing catching human smugglers at the border and what the price was that you made them pay?
We were working both with the National Guard and the Border Patrol. And we were helping children and women crossing over.
Wait.
That was that night. That was memorable.
Well, hold on.
But receiving kids crossing the river, it was a horrible reality. And then later that night, in a different part of the river, we caught men smuggling children over. And we were, again, the Border Patrol took care of that.
When you say the words, we caught them, do you mean your team caught them or you watched the Border Patrol catch them?
We identified them. We were by ourselves. And then we brought in Border Patrol.
And then you said, quote, we made them pay a price. What was the price that you made them pay?
Consequences through the Border Patrol.
Last night when you told the same story at your town hall, you said, we caught guys bringing kids in. They got their feelings hurt. You use that phrase, hurting people's feelings, frequently for acts of violence, right? Beating somebody up, shooting some
of the cat,
carcass of the cat. That had been made about your
The
life.
exorcisms are so good. We're going to have to listen to some retooling exorcism stuff.
What's retooling?
Before we depart this. Hold on. Do the cat in the hat or
It's
whatever.
centered around and motivated by childhood abuse.
Mm-hmm.
That your stepfather forced you at age 3 to behead a cat and put it on your head.
One moment.
Yeah, please.
Motivated. What do you mean by that?
Meaning you seek to help children because you were hurt as a child.
Yep.
Is that fair?
Yeah, fair.
Okay. So you've talked about how your stepfather forced you at age 3 to behead a cat and wear it on your head. That your stepfather
It
made
was
you
the carcass of the cat.
carcass of the
not
cat.
the head.
Jordan, you took it away.
Your stepfather made you shoot and kill a man when you were 7.
Yep.
I heard more than a decade ago you refer to those claims as unprovables or non-provables.
Yeah.
What did you mean by that? And how should voters now assess claims that you acknowledge can't be proven?
Yeah. Well, I think people who've been abused will best understand this, that horrible things happen to children that you can't prove. And those are the things that actually, I think, hurt a person worse, because you want to be able to have justice brought on your abusers. For me, those acts were done without the aid of other people that could help me collaborate it. And I was a child. So,
anyway, what's retooling?
Oh, would you have to hear it straight from this man's mouth?
Retooling.
Just type in tool.
Well, I know what a
claims
tool
that-
is. And I know what retooling is. I just don't know what it means in this context.
Well, that's why we're going to listen. So
For
you
what?
got to type for his explanation. It's part of the whole exorcism thing.
Well, I
It's
don't want to
just that-
get copyright struck.
Why would you get copyright struck? We're providing commentary.
Are we though?
Yeah.
Retooling. What part does he
Just
talk
type
about?
in tool. Type in tool. Yeah. Just to make sure that, like, okay. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Okay, so go up. Jordan, why you got to start at the last one? Have I taught you nothing?
That's retooling.
No, because you have to start at the beginning for the context. You don't start at the end.
or evil, oppressive. I mean, I think there are people out there that suffer tremendously because of evil. And I would never stop praying for people.
Can I ask an ignorant question? You're going to
Sure.
say you've asked 13, but no, here's my question. When you do command the demon at the end of the retooling prayer, the demon stays inside the person?
I'm not saying the demon was ever inside the person.
Assigned to the person?
Yes.
Okay, thank you for clarifying
So
that.
assignment or attachment,
Okay.
not inside of a person.
Where does the demon go at the end of the exorcism?
We send them to the footstool of Jesus Christ, who we believe is sitting at the right hand of the Father, who then absolutely gives them perfect judgment of what happens.
You don't charge for the exorcisms, right?
No.
Okay. But they were part of the how-to guide that was available on your website for $99, the spiritual warfare guide with battle tools and resources. It's no longer available on the site.
Well, I think that's a film, and it's always whatever we have posted with that was you can pay $1.99 or
You did have a pay as you could.
Jesus didn't charge to cast out demons, though, right?
I mean, I don't know. Maybe that part got left out the story.
Function on that. And the exorcism thing was also part of the Unseen War movie, right? At the end.
Right.
And when I checked last night, that was on sale on your website for $19.95.
Well, that's a film about retooling and the prayer, but we've never charged. I've never looked at a person and asked for remuneration.
This is my 3-hour.
Oh, we can't see you. The white balance is not it. Yep.
This is my God, it doesn't work. This is my 3-hour stage play on Jesus, where I actually respect that story. And in my version, it's not in there. Nothing about charging for. This is how thick it is.
You're not too familiar with the retooling prayers or the exorcisms or the things of that nature?
No, you're not going to find that in this one.
For
Darn it.
Demons to Christ or praying for someone.
Gotcha.
No, I would never do that.
And you and your wife keep recordings of these sessions.
But that play, it's like Jesus goes on Joe Rogan, and it's just like the historical Jesus talking to Joe Rogan for 3 hours about what actually happened. But anyway,
Which-
most of the time,
This is important. Hold on. Sorry. Can you rewind it a little bit?
Often
I was talking over him. That's good.
Film about retooling and the prayer, but we've never charged. I've never looked at a person and asked for remuneration for casting demons to Christ or praying for someone.
Gotcha.
No, I would never do that.
And you and your wife keep recordings of these sessions.
Most of the time, yeah.
Yeah, where people will often divulge.
Pause it right there. This is important. Here, I'm gonna jot down actually that time code, so I don't have to find it later. Because we had a question yesterday or the day before in a space about if he kept the recordings. So there, he very clearly just said that he does. Okay, thank you.
do we need to see those recordings?
No, this is just, and we don't even know for sure that this is related to the Charlie incident, right? But yeah, and as Shauna says, most of them. But the relevance here is that he was the first person to post about, allegedly Charlie being dead, and that he claimed that he and his wife that they had a close relationship with them, that they were with Charlie and Erica beforehand, that he had even worked on retooling Charlie.
What does that mean, though?
He's telling you, Jordan, as his exorcisms.
So it's an exorcism.
Yes.
Okay. Why would someone as smart as Charlie talk to this dude?
People aren't going to like what I have to say.
What do you have to say?
There's a whole lot of evidence that points to Charlie not being the angelic, pure white martyr that like some people think.
There's a lot of people saying that he was never in contact.
I mean,
is it possible that he said that just to seem more important?
Well, he had Charlie's endorsement on a book. We'd need to verify. Yes, we'd need to verify when that book was published. But Charlie, I believe, wrote the foreword for it. Now, we should look to see when that book was published. For those who's asking, who is this guy? That's Victor Marx. Jordan, I don't know. This is where I come in. For the last 3 hours, 3.5 hours, we've heard Jordan flex about all of his historical knowledge on a very complicated topic. But now this is the kind of stuff that I get to go into.
I just typed in Charlie Kirk, Victor Marx endorsement, no results.
Endorsement isn't the right word. It was that he wrote like the foreword for a book or something like that.
Forward, like Candace Owens.
Forward.
Forward. Oh, here we go.
We're about to shut you off. Oh, forward. Okay, when was it? Hold on, so let's just look. Product details. We'll close that.
How do we know that?
You go. Oh my gosh, Jordan. Do you even read what's on your screen?
No.
Okay, I didn't think so.
For people listening only or on their phones, are we dangerous enough to restore righteousness? America is in a war, an internal battle between good and evil, with society crumbling at our feet. With every institution we once relied on now eroded, there is no one coming to help. Victor Marx believes politicians aren't going to save people, neither are law enforcement or public schools. Instead, he advocates for restoration of the family unit as God intended, led by fathers and a generation of dangerous gentlemen who believe without courage all other virtues fail. High-risk missionary and evangelist Victor Marx lays out a battle plan for men to lead the fight to rebuild our culture, families, and churches along the stories of his life's journey that took him from an abused child left for dead to rescuer of the weak and traumatized. A former United States Marine, Marx has followed God's call to the far corners of the globe to provide assistance. Is he actually a Marine? Usually they States Marine, not just Marine. Anyway, provide assistance to the least of these, including widows and orphans of ISIS fighters, despite the danger. What he's learned along his journey, he provides in these pages with his trademark humor and humility. He invites men along for the adventure of a lifetime. Quote from Dr. James Dobson. Start quote. Victor Marx may be the world's most interesting man. What's amazing is that he survived his childhood, and what is even more amazing is that the Lord is using him now to reach so many youth, end quote. About the author. Victor Marx is a high-risk humanitarian who has fearlessly led missions to perilous zones.
High risk. Hold on. Can you say that? He's a high-risk humanitarian. That's a whole new category I hadn't even heard of before.
Victor Marx is a high-risk humanitarian who has fearlessly led missions to perilous zones like Gaza, Israel, I think there's supposed to be a comma there, Iraq, Syria, and Southeast Asia, dedicated to orphans and widows. Despite a harrowing past marked by severe abuse and troubled youth filled with drugs and crime, Victor found redemption through the discipline of military life and his faith in God. Today, he shares raw, humorous stories of survival and resilience, inspiring others to overcome challenges. I read it that time.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Here. Now, okay, this is very interesting. I'm going to send you this because my computer is it's glitching a little bit. Here we go. Hold on. Now, what I was just reading a moment ago said in the foreword, because I wanted to see if we could get the actual foreword for free, and maybe we should check Amazon. But in the foreword, Turning Point's Charlie Kirk frames Victor Marx as the archetype of what he calls a dangerous gentleman, a Christian man willing to confront evil head on in what they both describe as a collapsing culture. Jordan, now I'm going to send this to you. Oh, there's no, are you on Amazon?
There's no reviews.
Oh.
We should write him a review.
Well, we haven't read it.
We just read it. I just read it.
The whole book. Okay, so anyway, in the private chat, I sent you an Instagram post. I have not listened to it, but this is posted by Victor Marx. And what's that was the flood video.
Should be shamed from decent society.
It doesn't give me a scrub bar.
And you abandon her, you should be shamed from decent society. Purity culture, I don't hear about that at all anymore. It's like been completely obliterated. We've like dropped that battle. More important.
What is this for?
This is posted by Victor Marx.
We have to
and
build
what's so interesting is he says Charlie was a dangerous gentleman.
Right?
And I guess
is not just spreading your seed and running around. Right? Being a man is finding your life partner and building a family, nurturing and protecting and developing something beautiful.
Oh, is this the foreword?
That's got a quote from the foreword. I'm working over here trying to get you something.
I think this is an excerpt from the foreword. Or as Candace would say, the forward. This book is a rallying cry to awaken the dangerous gentleman within each of us. It is a call to rise above complacency, to shatter the limitations we place on ourselves, and to embrace the higher purpose of each of our lives. Victor Marx embodies this audacity to live life to the fullest and with purpose. Did he get that from ChatGPT?
Maybe. However, it's got Charlie's name on it, and the book was released July 2nd, 2024.
If only it was released on July 4th.
It's pretty close. Pretty close.
Skillet.
Ready, set, showtime.
That's going to give us a copyright strike.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Oh, yeah. Why would you do that, Jordan?
I don't know.
Okay. So this one has a lot of reviews on it. Anyway, we're getting a little too down the rabbit hole probably on this, but on Goodreads, there is several for his book, The Dangerous Gentleman. There are several reviews since neither of us, unfortunately, have a copy. I'm sure they're all authentic.
They're all too long. Why are these all so long?
Well, all I know is I see a lot of folks with only one review to their name.
One review, two reviews, one review.
And then you look at the dates, like
what are the dates?
June,
July 1st, July 8th, June 26th, June 25, 27. You should there's an individual in this case who I think you should cast Victor Marx as.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure I have someone that I cast for him already, but I'm open to suggestions.
Amari?
But we'll talk about that later. I was not monitoring. Oh, let's see. Keli, do you want a copy of his book on PDF? Sure. Sorry,
Yeah.
Emily. I hadn't seen the comment till just now. I was in my browser and not in the chat. Yeah, by all means. My email is Keli@KeliRabon.com.
Who's the 80-year-old guy? That reminds me of that one show that you made me watch.
No, we're not talking about that right now. Oh, wait, which one? The Gianni Versace?
Yeah.
Oh, Emily is amazing. She's got it downloaded. Thank you, Emily. Appreciate it. Oh, that's so... there we go. Isaac. Yeah, Charlie popped up on my YouTube feed shortly before 9:10. Too obvious. Hey, you and me both. I'm giving you a high five, okay? Literally the weekend before.
Huh?
I've talked about this times in the past.
Talked about what?
Charlie popping up on my YouTube feed the weekend before September 10th.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, like predictive programming. And in fact, what was so creepy to me and bothersome to me is that, and I'll have to look back at my phone and see, I know I had taken some photos, maybe some videos, but for a while there, man, I wish that like you could access records the way that you, or request records from a nonprofit the way you can with a government agency. But anyway, clearly the Charlie Kirk show / Turning Point was paying to have like the prime spot on YouTube. So paying for this like ad and promotion, suggested video, whatever. Because it did indicate on there that it was like a paid promotion. And I was kind of monitoring it for a while because I was like, this seems really sus to me. I don't know if anyone else saw that, but
Kind of makes you think the whole thing was fake.
ties back in. Hey, look, we're just bringing it full circle. Okay, I know it's super late. Let's see. He definitely wasn't in a conspiracy type algorithm until a week or so beforehand.
Wait, so is someone sending a PDF?
Let me see if it's come through yet. I'm trying to not open too many apps on my computer to stress this hotel Wi-Fi.
Or your computer that you haven't let me fix
And my
yet.
computer.
That you haven't let me fix yet.
Yeah, that too. Thanks.
Matthew McConaughey was popping up in my YouTube feed big time for a few months before the big thing down in Texas a few years back. What was that?
Oh, when he was playing the bongos naked, that one? Or what?
I don't need to see that.
It's funny you say that
Or-
because literally people were talking about Matthew McConaughey. I don't know if he did host this this World Cup event party or whatever, but I think that he maybe did. I don't know. There was talk about it at the conference, but literally it was like right across from the conference today.
Your conference?
Yep. Because he lives in Austin at least part of the time. Okay, I don't see the PDF yet, so. Well, this has been fun. This has been super fun, you guys.
Yeah.
I'm kind of tired. I had never ate dinner. I had leftovers from yesterday and I was trying to eat like a couple of fries there for a second.
Yeah, I haven't had dinner yet either. We'll give it a few more minutes for the PDF, see if it comes in, because we're at 4 hours now, so.
Okay.
She says it's on the way.
Very cool.
It's on no apostrophe S. Its way.
Jordan.
See, this is why people think I'm disrespectful, probably.
Yep, here we go. Hush, Jordan. Okay. I am going to open up my email.
Mm-hmm.
Oh God, here we go with the wine and with the yawning. I'm moving as fast. Here we go.
Do you want to screen, or you probably can't screen share? It'll probably crash.
No, just hang tight. Okay, Emily, I don't know what I requested access for. I don't really need to. Let's see. Maybe it's because I'm logged in as the wrong Google account. Hold on.
Do we know why the president of UVU stepped down May 1st on the DL?
Yeah. It was not May 1st. It was announced at the beginning of the like second semester.
Wonder if that's for the same reason
spring
that
semester,
TPI
like back in maybe, I mean, maybe she got paid off, made a whole bunch of money, you know, and didn't need to be
Y'all
around
need
there
to like
anymore.
calm down in the chat. God damn.
What's the problem?
Nothing. It's fine.
That I'm too slow?
No. What?
Oh, that you're such a cutie pie.
No.
Now I see your dimples. You're so cute. I saw a lot of comments about your eyes earlier. People
My
being
eyes
like,
aren't blue.
oh,
They're
it's
not
just
blue.
an
Probably
effect.
because- I think it's because of the camera effect on it.
Your eyes are not even blue?
I don't think so, no. They're green.
There's no way. Jordan, stop. Okay, hold on. I'm trying to...
See, they're green. I have green eyes. It's just the background thing.
Okay. Okay, sorry, I'm trying to download this. Download. Okay, I got it.
So for anyone wondering,
can I
like,
open a PDF? What?
I was just telling the audience that we're waiting on Keli to figure out a PDF for Victor Marx's book, and we're going to find out if Charlie Kirk's foreword actually exists in Victor Marx's book, to see if there is an actual link between these two individuals.
Oh, I see it. Okay, it's processing.
Oh, is it uploading?
Mm-hmm. In the meantime, I'm going to see if I can just oh, there we go. You can pull it up. And then the forward should be on page 7.
That's stretched. That looks stretched. Am I gonna? Should I read this?
Yes.
I'm gonna read this in Charlie's voice. All right.
Okay.
Hide.
Let me know if you need me to jump in.
Here we go. Now we can read it. In a world often clouded by uncertainty, immorality, and disinformation, a world in which some struggle to define what a woman is or label masculinity as evil, Victor Marx's The Dangerous Gentleman is a beacon of clarity, virtue, and inspiration. This extraordinary book is more than just a collection of incredible, humbling, and life-changing stories. It is a powerful testament to the remarkable journey of a man who embodies a life well lived and the service of his family, nation, and God. In these pages, you will embark on a riveting voyage from the most treacherous corners of our world to the tenderest chambers of the human heart. ChatGPT, come on, man. Victor Marx's story unfolds with unapologetic candor and authenticity. His journey from a tumultuous past to a purpose-driven present testifies to the redemptive power of faith, resilience, purpose, and friendship. I've had the privilege of knowing Victor as a dear friend for many years. It's difficult to describe this incredible man. Unyielding determination, boundless humor, unmatched courage, inspiring compassion, and a commitment to humanity's greater good. As you read these chapters, each one a captivating episode in Victor's life, you'll come to realize that remarkable simply does not do justice of the life he has led and the impact he's made. The Dangerous Gentleman not only chronicles Victor's high-risk missions into war-torn regions, his encounters with terror and darkness, and his tireless efforts to bring light to the lives of the vulnerable, but distills... Wait, hold up. It not only does this, but it distills the profound life lessons from each adventure, whether it's navigating a jungle, confronting demons, saving the abused, or putting a troubled youth on the right path. Every story carries a universal message of hope, love, courage, and faith. This book is also This book is also a rallying cry to awaken the dangerous gentleman within each of us. It is a call to rise above complacency, to shatter the limitations we place on ourselves, and to embrace the higher purpose of each of our lives. Victor Marx embodies this audacity to live life to the fullest and with purpose. And then...
Wow.
The dangerous gentleman will make you laugh. It will make you hold your breath in suspense. Whoops. That was 2 different sentences. We need a third one there, man. You're supposed to do 3.
I did.
No, it's supposed to be will make you laugh, will make you hold your breath in suspense, and a third one. Come on, man. Oh, here it is. Here's the third one. It's just,
That's what I'm trying to tell you.
It's a contraction. It's supposed to be parallel. See, this is my book editor and me. All right. The dangerous gentleman will make you laugh. It will make you hold your breath in suspense, and it will move you to tears. It will challenge your notions of what it means to be both dangerous and gentle in a world that so desperately needs dangerous gentlemen. It is my sincere belief that the pages you are about to turn will inspire you to discover a new dimension of what's possible within your own life. I know it has for me. As you embark on this journey with Victor, I encourage you to immerse yourself fully and let the stories seep into your soul. And as you turn the pages, remember that you, too, have the potential to be a dangerous gentleman, to be a force for good, a beacon for hope, and a catalyst for change. See, there he has 3. I hope that the dangerous gentleman takes you on a journey to discovering. That should be discovery.
Okay.
Takes you on a journey to discovery in your own life the meaning of real. Wait, hold on.
Oh my gosh! Come on.
I hope that the dangerous gentleman takes you on a journey to discovering in your own life the meaning of real courage, human compassion, virtuous masculinity, and the unwavering pursuit of a life that ends with our Lord calling to you. Well done, good and faithful servant. Charlie Kirk. I don't think he wrote that. I think someone else wrote it on his behalf, like GPT.
Okay, probably so. But do you look? I am by default because I love me some patterns, coincidences, whatever. Do you see so many different things in that page and a half that are questionable, that tie into, I don't know, recent events that and then also contradict, like, okay, for example, on the final line right there, the unwavering pursuit of a life that ends with our Lord calling to you, well done, good and faithful servant. I would love to look back and see how many times it was said at the memorial or in those initial interviews by people, and still to this day, when they're talking about Charlie, oh, well done, good and faithful servant. And then when you think about this, if you come at it from the perspective that I do of like this potential 7 mountains mandate, how that kind of extrapolates out. Yeah, this is giving a lot of interesting.
But what I was thinking about, though, was what we were talking about earlier is, okay, the written word is currently monetized by some people. And you were talking about some stuff earlier that I don't know if you want to share or not. But what I was thinking was, if this is like the quality state of a forward from Charlie Kirk, and it's like so bland and boring, then I understand why AI is taking over creative writing. I think AI could do a better job on this.
Yeah.
Those are my thoughts.
Yeah. So it's like, who really wrote this?
Because like if I were to write a forward, no one's ever asked me to write a forward. But if someone did, it's going to be the best forward you've ever read. You've ever read. But this one is like, what did he actually say?
Somebody mailed it in. At
It's just a
best.
bunch of big words and like vague compliments, and it doesn't say much of anything.
No, it feels like word salad. It does not feel like even a speech that a person would have delivered.
It's not
let alone
authentic.
a full word in a book.
Is this
It
able
feels
to
like
be?
maybe Victor wrote it, sent it to Charlie, and was like, "Hey, this good?" And maybe Erica signed off on it. I don't know.
Or if he's already a
Oh,
scam
that's a
artist.
good idea. This is a good idea.
Huh?
Jordan, take that, put it in AI.
That's what I was going to try to do, but I don't think I can copy. Maybe you can copy it. I can't copy it. But what I was saying was, or if he's already a scam artist, then what's going to stop him from just like pretending like Charlie Kirk gave him a forward?
Well, okay, but go up a couple of or back a couple of pages, I guess. What does this say? Okay. Oh, we need to look into this. Y'all, this is getting to be way too long of a stream. This is like 4 hours and 15 minutes. But this, I bet he's self-published because this is Colorado Springs. And I want to look into, see, these are the kind of things that
Sondervan.
one simus. What is one simus publishing?
Onesimus.
Okay.
Onesimus Publishing.
Okay, what's that? What's Onesimus?
I don't know.
Yeah. Sounds sketch. And it's in Colorado Springs, which
There are no
all ties
results
in.
for Onesimus Publishing. Search instead for
Oh,
Onesimus.
that's fun. And then look, copyright 2024.
Hold up. Whoa. Did I spell it right? Onesimus.
One, like one.
Hold up. One.
Onesimus.
Oh, it is a thing, unfortunately. I just spelled it wrong. Hold up. Okay, check this out. Can I put mine on the screen now? This is suspicious.
Well, can I say I'm not surprised?
Okay, so I click
This is like
Onesimus
how I work.
What?
Oh, I'm like, this is how I work. Like, this is why I stay up all night because I'm like,
Yeah.
oh, whoa.
Onesimus Publishing. Okay. Victor Marx. Victor Marx.
Yeah, self-published.
Unknown author, Victor Marx. Phyllis Gunderson.
Okay, we'll have to just keep going. We'll have to look into that, see who that person is.
Victor Marx. Jerry Bergman.
Okay, but then that says 1984. Oh my God, 1984?
Yeah, okay.
No,
Victor
but
Marx.
you know, like, do you understand the significance though of, anyway.
George Orwell.
Yeah.
Victor Marx. So that, I guess that's Victor Marx's publishing company. So what else can we do here? Is that an LLC? Let's he's in Colorado, right? So Colorado.
Yeah, it
LLC
says Colorado Springs.
Let's see who it's registered to. Service unavailable. What? The LLC lookup is unavailable? Maybe this one. What? Come on, man.
Onesimus Publishing.
Sure Shot Books Publishing LLC.
Okay, Onesimus Publisher. Onesimus, okay, a small Christian publisher name, putting out evangelical Christian titles, and a newer Ethiopian theological publishing house. Oh,
So basically,
Onesimus.
self-published.
Wait, yeah, but I don't want to say that for sure yet. Here's where it gets interesting. Somebody earlier said something about Paul, but Onesimus is a biblical name from Paul's letter to Philemon.
Philemon.
So it shows up. Philemon. Okay, sorry. It's late. Philemon. So it's y'all forgive me. I'm tired. Jordan wore me out. Jordan wore my brain out earlier with all that stuff.
That's where I knew it from. That's how I knew how to pronounce it. I told you I grew up Christian. Onesimus right here.
Okay.
And Philemon.
There you go. There's at least one English language Christian publisher. Okay. Anyway. Okay. Okay. Here we go. U.S. based Onesimus Publishing. And then there's an Ethiopian one.
I'm pretty sure that's the context here. Like the whole purpose of Philemon is something to do with the slave being mistreated, and Paul is writing to, I guess, the slave owner on behalf of Onesimus to help him or something, I think.
Thank you so much, VTO Army 1313. Love you guys. Keep up the great work. Episode lucky number 13. It's vision board time. My numbers for Saturday the 13th. Oh, okay. Let's go. Get some rest. That's awesome. I love the name. I never realized what VTO is for. Vote them out, Army. Very cool. Oh, Emily says that it is owned by Eileen Marx. So she is ahead of the curve.
Maybe it's registered to Erica. I don't know.
No, Eileen. Victor's wife.
No, Christy said maybe it's registered to Erica. Did you find the lookup?
I think Emily is on it. Oh, here we go. Yeah, so I do see something. I'm just looking right now through Perplexity. It says Onesimus is or was closely held, let's see, someone in Victor's orbit, possibly, quote, and it says Elaine. So I don't know if she sometimes uses the name Elaine, but you could ask, I wish you had the, I mean, I don't really like relying on it too much, but the grok, fancy grok or whatever.
They need to fix
I could
their
ask.
site.
Well, it's the middle of the night there. Maybe they're doing maintenance, or maybe they just don't want you to see anything.
They don't want us to know who owns the company.
Yep. Oh, speaking of Secretary of States, there's a big ordeal in Texas right now that just so happens to be only a few months before the elections. It's going to be a big, the elections in Texas are very, very important. I mean, with James Talrico and Ken Paxton, for those who are living in other parts of the country, this is like the hottest Senate race of the nation. Anyway, so our Secretary of State, the person who, I think it's the Secretary of State who handles the elections, she's like leaving. And so Greg Abbott, our governor, who's also in the midst of a campaign.
Isn't everybody right now?
Gets to a point, not everybody, but like anyway, gets to a point, someone conveniently to oversee the elections. I mean, it's just one mishap after another.
Follow the
We can
link.
already tell where that's going.
Kate Morgan. You know what she's talking about?
Not yet. Let's see.
They're trying to turn Texas blue.
Oh yeah, very much.
I don't think that's going to work very well.
Oh, you don't know that. Have you not seen? Have you not seen all the tweets I've been tweeting?
I've seen a lot of your tweets though, but I don't know. I googled that. I don't know
you
why
didn't
you guys
read
are
this
looking
one.
at my news so much. What's that?
You didn't read this one.
No. I mean, I read it, but not out loud.
Okay, well, you can say thank you to Sticky Icky Liberty for the super.
You just did.
I did, yes. Oh my gosh. Oh, my mom's back up. she's awake. It's funny.
So we're still trying to figure out who owns this company, Onesimus Publishing.
Okay, yeah, let me get back on it. And then we got to go to sleep because this is like,
Yeah.
this is crazy. And I have to be up early in the morning. There's a court hearing tomorrow.
For Tyler?
Yes.
There is?
Yes, and it's super early in the morning. I mean, super early, like 8 a.m. their time. I think 9 o'clock or 9 a.m. their time, 10 o'clock my time.
Basketball courts attract undesirables to my community.
Well, there's barely room for an actual basketball.
I don't know. What time is it? Seven hours.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, let's see, what's the name of this thing? Because our chat is trying. Jordan, I gotta stay focused. Your ADHD is like kicking in hard. Come on, we gotta focus so we can finish this up. Hearsay and contempt. Remember the allegations of the prosecutor's office, the what's his name? Gray. I think it's his last name. Anyway, no, Jordan. Jeff Gray, I think. Anyway, the it's so weird because he handles like he's the PIO, the public information officer, and he represents the prosecutor's office like legally or something, and there's just allegations of him speaking essentially out of turn, violating the gag order that they've been like kicking the can down the road now for a month plus.
When is the preliminary hearing now?
July 6th.
July 6th.
Okay. I want to figure out this ownership on Onesimus first. You can work on that, but are you trying to distract me?
No. I'll just read some chat comments.
Oh, okay.
TPUSA registered at something,
we go.
18th September 2025, a few days after September 10th. Registered at.
Okay. Yeah. So a campaign-aligned site discussing Victor Marx's finances states that Victor paid Eileen Marx and Onesimus Publishing, which Eileen owns, $3,750. I'm trying to pull all this stuff up. And a lot of this stuff is also on victormarx4co.com.
Christy says this is the publisher now about. Christy Lee says this is the publisher now about IPG. IPG is the original independent distributor of books, ebooks, and audiobooks from publishers around the world, and a top 10 supplier of book content on Amazon.
And that may be the case because so many people self-publish now. I'm assuming that.
And the reason we're asking all these questions about that publishing house is because I wonder if Charlie Kirk actually wrote that forward, or if he was even involved with it at all.
Yeah.
Because if you work with a real publisher, you can't just lie about who wrote your forward. But if you're Karl Marx and you're a scammer, then who knows?
Not Karl Marx, Victor Marx, although his dad's name was Karl.
We played this video?
Yes.
Yeah, we played this video.
Okay, Jordan. I think it's time.
Yeah. All right. Good night, everyone.
She wrote a book called A Dangerous Woman, maybe, to accompany a dangerous man. Perhaps? I don't know.
Yeah, that's a film. Why is this not working? It's a film, but from 1993. I guess it wasn't that good. Because the book doesn't show up.
Yeah.
Dangerous Women.
Oh, okay. Dangerous Woman. Oh, no. Look up Dangerous Women, Eileen Marx. Not Karl.
Here it is. All right.
Jordan.
Karl Marx is the politics guy. Being dangerous in our world in the 21st century promotes a negative visual. Some may picture uncontrolled, deranged. There should be a comma right there. Come on. Some may picture uncontrolled, deranged individuals running around the streets with guns and knives with. What?
Okay. Jordan. Okay, now I feel like you're just trying to intentionally distract at this point.
I don't think I am. My ADHD is just like crazy right now, though.
Okay. All right. Well, you guys.
Good night, everyone.
Thank you so much for joining us tonight. Thank you for sticking with us for 4.5 hours. Thank you for all of your interesting comments and feedback about Jordan's theory. Thank you for all of your super chats. Thank you for always supporting Try and Prove It, Jordan Henshaw, and myself, Keli Rabon. And we look forward to seeing you next time.
Thanks. Good night, everyone.
Good night.